Good to see you. Okay, let's get started, everyone, and really appreciate everyone, whether you're in the room or virtually, for attending this Colorado Forest Health Council meeting. Want to give a special appreciation to Amy Moyer and the Colorado River District for hosting us here in Glenwood Springs. The facility is absolutely wonderful. The tour that we took as well yesterday was really great. It's nice to see on the ground, impacts of watersheds as a result of the Grizzly Creek fire. Also, Courtney, thank you for your work too, of helping to work with Amy and everyone to set up this meeting. I know it's harder when we're on the road, but I think it's also really important for us to get around the state to different regions. So just a big thank you for everyone here as well as online. Let's take the roll call and then we'll move into what we have for our agenda. So we have Director McCombs here.
Here.
Good to see you now. GFPC, I believe Director Morgan wasn't able to make it. I saw Vaughn Jones, but is Paul possibly?
Yep, I'm here.
Okay, great. Good to see you, Paul, virtually.
Definitely.
We have Steve Lohr, who's here from the US Forest Service. Good to see you, Steve. John Ring. Is on.
Present.
Good, John. Frank Falzone.
Present.
Frank, how you doing? Samantha Albert.
Present. Hi, all.
All right. Vice Chairman White Skunk. And here, Commissioner Abe Layton. Commissioner Jody Shattuck McNally. Good to see you. Commissioner Monica, right, Medina. Monica on the online. So, Commissioner Church. Ethan Bullholtz.
Present.
Brett Walk. Katie Novak, good to see you. Lawyer, of course. Mark Morgan. Was he? Okay. So Mark may be going up here. Paige Lewis. Carol Walker. I know Carol is getting off the council and we're working on filling her seat. Julie Stencil.
Good morning.
Kristen Belton.
I'm here this morning.
Pat Dorsey.
Pat is having some trouble logging in,
Okay.
but I'm working.
Scott Jones. Heather Cutter. And Richard Lynn. Again, thanks for those that are here and virtually. Next up, we have a meeting summary from April 24th. Does anyone have any proposed changes or do we have a motion to approve those?
I'll make that motion to approve as presented.
Okay, motion's been made to approve those minutes. We'll see in a second. Okay, motion's been made to move this along and as well and to discussion. Seeing none, all those in favor, giving them an aye.
Aye.
The opposed say nay. Carries on. So before we start with Brett's presentation on the Colorado Forest Tracker, want to turn it over to Amy Moyer to kind of go over a little bit of what we did yesterday for the tour. And Amy, the floor is yours.
Great. Thank you. I just wanted to welcome everybody to Glenwood Springs. Thank you so much for everyone who made the trip out here. Certainly our forests and rivers and watersheds are incredibly important to this region, and we had the opportunity to hear from a few of our leaders in the community yesterday and listen to some of the post-fire water impacts for the city of Glenwood Springs following the Grizzly Creek fire. But just a few logistics for folks in the room. There's some water and food and coffee. Please help yourself. The bathrooms are just straight out to your right in the hallway, and the Wi-Fi password is on the walls, on each wall, and there's a few papers that we can pass around for folks. So let me know if there's anything we can do to support you while you're here. My colleague Melissa Wills is here in the back. She's my right hand and manages our funding program here at the River District. So grab either of us if there's anything we can do to help the folks here in the room. And for folks online, please let us know if you have trouble hearing or seeing anyone. We'll do our best to make sure we have a smooth hybrid meeting today. But yeah, I'm thrilled to just share a few photos of our tour yesterday. So we began the day hearing from our local Roaring Fork Wildfire Collaborative. Angie Davlin is their executive director. You know, we have a very interesting intersection of 4 counties in this watershed. So Denison, Pitkin, Eagle, and Garfield, and multiple municipalities throughout. So we heard a lot about the level of collaboration it takes between different local governments, counties, nonprofits in putting our heads together for thinking ahead of wildfire and knowing that those are going to impact our region, and how do you prepare and live with it and do a multitude of projects from prescribed burns that are in the works. We heard about a prescribed burn slated for the watersheds near the city of Aspen, which will take a lot of communication efforts so folks understand what is happening and the importance of those forest health activities, and also some of the work they're undertaking after receiving a wildfire ready watersheds grant. And so that process is kicking off for this region, and they just held their first meeting last week, but it's really pushing this collaborative to think in a pre-fire context, and a lot of the good conversations we've had as a council of how do you really think through the full lifespan of pre-fire, during a fire, post-fire. So that was a great way to kick off along the backdrop of the Colorado River. And then we went to the Glenwood Canyon to talk with the city of Glenwood Springs staff about their water system. So the city of Glenwood Springs primarily takes their drinking water from Grizzly Creek and No Name Creek in the Glenwood Canyon. Those were heavily impacted by the Grizzly Creek fire in 2020, both from the post-fire impacts of debris and ash and sediment, and also some 500-year flood events that occurred in 2021 following the Grizzly Creek fire. So the city, or Glenwood Canyon, has had its fair share of some really tough natural hazards to navigate over the last few years. The city of Glenwood also has a secondary intake off of the Roaring Fork River. But I can see if I can share a few photos from the,
I need to send you the
Up at
group
the
photo
intake.
too.
yeah, let me see if I can. That up. There we go. So this is up in Glenwood Canyon. This is No Name Creek heading downstream into the city of Glenwood Springs intake. You can see that after the Grizzly Creek fire, they had to do a number of armoring and stabilization of this intake to be able to handle a high degree of variability in flows. So this is another viewpoint of that intake. You can see all of the stabilization that they've done, diverting water that goes from the Glenwood Canyon all the way through a pipe down to the city of Glenwood Springs, where it's treated for drinking water purposes. Here's another view of some of the stabilization and armoring that intake has received over the last few years. And then quickly, this is one of the highlights of the tour. This is a cave in the Glenwood Canyon right near their No Name Creek intake, where it's an additional settling area for all of this increased sediment loads, mud, ash, debris that canyon has experienced. So it's a really neat piece to showcase of infrastructure, and really hearing a lot about the perseverance and resiliency and learning that the city has had to do to know how to live with impacts from the Grizzly Creek fire and know that fires are likely going to continue in this area, and how do we shore up our infrastructure so we can provide clean, reliable drinking water in these watersheds that are susceptible to wildfire. So those are a few things that the city has done. It was great to hear from their team about how they've had to learn as they go, how they've had to be really mindful of how to use the infrastructure that we have and make upgrades and modernizations to better handle the treatment needs when you do have to live with a post-fire reality. So I'd love to hear if anyone else from the council has reflections that they want to share for folks that weren't able to join the tour. But thanks, Director Gibbs, for letting me just show a few pictures for folks that weren't able to attend and give a very quick summary.
I just sent you a photo of the group.
I'll see if
photo
I
we
can
took,
pull that
yeah.
up while anyone else wants to.
I thought it was great to see, you know, on the ground. I spent a week on the Grizzly Creek fire, so it was really interesting for me to kind of see some of the aftermath of you know, how they mitigated, and our team. It was interesting. The city worked with so many different entities. Yeah, the River District, Department of Local Affairs, Water Conservation Board, I think federal entities as well. And what I was really amazed with is I believe the number that they ended up like using to mitigate all the water concerns was that they spent about $8 million. They were originally thinking it was going to be like 40 million or something like that. And so like I want to hire that team when we're looking at infrastructure, building needs or whatever to come in way under budget. But I was really impressed to hear how they're able to put together systems quickly and kind of plan for the next major potential fire or flooding event that could occur.
So the next round of improvements, they were slated to cost 10 million, they're only gonna cost 4 million.
Okay.
So they're gonna give back another 6 million, which, yeah, I'm saying I gotta hire this guy.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. But yeah, so Jody.
I think it was really cool that they shared even the water quality that day. It was so awesome. Only really they all I had to do was treat for bacteria. It was already way above, you know, state centers and EPA centers. So I thought, wow, that's interesting coming out of that area that the water is running, you know, pretty clean. But then when there's those rain events, that's, you know, they talked about if the rain happened in this lake, it ran kind of a reddish brown in the river. If the rain event happened over in this drainage, it ran a light brown. And then, so they, you know, it's interesting how they knew what they to expect and what to plan for. And I don't know, it's very interesting how they all collaborate and work together. And to your point, got that plant, they knew they had to move quick before the spring runoff. And so they, not only the 8 million, but that they designed all these upgrades and got it done before the spring runoff. So I just thought that was remarkable.
We also didn't hear too much about kind of the weather. See, I'm trying to think weather apparatus stations that they have in multiple locations. They mentioned it briefly, but it's part of Colorado Department of Transportation they have, and I've heard that later on through my friends at CDOT, but they have like multiple stations at the drainages that they can detect, you know, hey, is it going to be raining here, but it may not rain, whatever, a mile down the road, but just kind of planning on that as well and what those impacts could be to potential road closures. So it's pretty amazing. Yeah. Yeah. Any other reflections? Okay, good. Well, yeah, thanks again, Amy, for helping facilitate that. That was really awesome.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Okay, so next up we have Brett, can we say, most recent director of CFRI?
Sure, that sounds nice.
And who's gonna be sharing with us kind of what the latest is for the Forest Health Tracker, which is really, you know, repository for forest health treatments around the state. And I like to sometimes reference it as like a magical map, if you will. I know it's not exactly that, but really important data that you're working to collect to figure out what has been done, where in the state, by what ownership and so forth. So Please share with us what the latest is.
Yeah, thanks, Dan. Yeah, really excited to share what we're doing today. So I think I'm gonna do a short presentation and give some background on where we've been, what we're doing. And then there's some colleagues. This is a project that's shared work with the Colorado State Forest Service as well as Colorado Forest Restoration Institute. So Nick Kotlinski and Amanda West Fordham are online, and we'll give you a little tour of the dashboard, show you a sneak peek preview. And then we want to hear from the council how you want to use it or what you're excited about. So yeah, let me share my screen. Get set up. All right. I can see on the screen here that I think I'm sharing the right screen. Yeah, so again, just acknowledge the core partners there, Nick Kotlinski and Rebecca from State Forest Service, and then Stephanie Bueller from my staff at CFRI are sort of who've been doing all the dirty work making this happen. Skipped ahead and already gave you the agenda, what we're going to do for the next hour, but this is it in writing. Some background, give you a preview, and then really start thinking about this whole time as a council, how do you want to use and interact with this? So just one slide on why, to make sure everyone knows why we're doing this. Right, all these ecological, social processes, economic, are cross-boundary. And so we need to have it all sort of on one map in order to make decisions. And that's why we're trying to do is make this data transparent with the goal of fostering learning that will then improve outcomes on the ground. That's what we're trying to do. And there's lots of research and our experience that coordinated forest management is more impactful. And then the other thing is that this is fundamental data that's needed to inform policy and leverage resources. I would have used those words before, but this Forest Health Council also has two committees, one on policy and one on leveraging resources. So I think my role on the Forest Health Council, I represent someone who has expertise in forest and fire policy from an academic institution along those lines. And I always am interested in data does not directly relate to policy. There's lots of other decisions that go into policy, but it's always better if you have good data. So that's part of my interest from the council perspective as well in working on this. A little history on the development. This started really 2016-17 at Colorado Forest Restoration Institute. We had a request from the Front Range, particularly the National Forest there, the Arapahoe Roosevelt and Pike St. Isabel, to gather up all of the forest management across boundaries. And we leveraged some of our federal funding and other sources to say this is valuable, we're going to do it for the whole state, and expanded that. We updated that in 2022. And then through that process, had continuing conversations with the State Forest Service. At that time, they were staffing up, had a lot more GIS staff, and a partnership really made a lot of sense. So we've been working on this together really closely since then. So that's kind of where we've been. It's been a long time. Our efforts in the past, we produced a PDF report, and it's sort of like, if you want the data, send us an email. It's just, there's a lot of other things and a lot of work to put this on the web browser and make it public and always available.
This is public.
So right now, the report is, and we have shared yesterday, I was writing email to someone to share the data of the past reports. The forest tracker will be a completely public, open URL. Anyone can download the data when it's complete. So we're not quite there yet, but that's where we're heading in the next couple months at the latest. Yeah. So as part of this partnership in the last year or two with the State Forest Service, we've done a lot of work to develop it and get different feedback. So we had a webinar that Katie helped host through the Colorado Forest Collaborative Network. There's a tiny link there, or you can Google their network and find it. We have done presentations and interact with the Leveraging Resources Committee. And then through the Leveraging Resources Committee and also on our own as a tracker team, we've interacted with other states that have very similar products. Utah, California, New Mexico in particular. And then my Colorado Forest Restoration Institute, we have a national project where we're compiling federal data across agencies into one database. So we interacted with that team, and Stephanie is actually part of that team as well. And then I want to thank a lot of people on the call from the different agencies, you know, obviously the State Forest Service, but also John Ring with the BLM, US Forest Service, Frank Falzone with NRCS, other federal agencies. We've had a lot of individual contact with them to help figure out how to navigate and secure their data and best represent it. So it's been a much more robust development process than it has in the past. The audience for this that we're planning is a lot of the Colorado Forest Health Council, and then subsequently the state legislature and governor that we report to. That's one audience. A different audience is the people on the ground that are going to use this, right? So the forest and fire manager, the agencies, the practitioners, the community connected partners, the nonprofits, watershed groups out there. Another really big use of this is for research, right? Making this data transparent and available. That's been one of the biggest surprises in our past efforts, is how much different kinds of research has been done that we never envisioned could be done, but once it's out there, people get all kinds of ideas on how to use it. So that's kind of our intended audience we've been going through. What is it? What's in it? What's not? So these graphics are a little hard to see in the room, but this is only completed management activities is what we're tracking. So planned future projects are not being tracked in this. We envision this as a base layer that everyone across the state then could use for future planning and really level the playing field and kind of equitability of having everyone be able to start with the same kind of data. It contains all woody vegetation management activities. And so that is if you're taking chainsaws in, if you're taking heavy machinery, and also prescribed fire. So anything we're doing intentionally to change woody vegetation. And as you'll see, it does include tree cutting or rearranging, but also tree planting, right? Not just where we're removing trees, but where we're trying to grow trees. And then it has the location and acres managed, the year completed, and we right now have from the year 2000 through calendar year 2023 in the database, and then the agency and funding source. So that's a pretty small list that we have condensed down across all the different agencies and databases. There is lots of other information out there, but some of the key things of like, what's your goal and objective and what was the purpose of this activity is really hard to decipher from the data that's out there. So that's out there, but it's not standardized across the data. That's what's in it. What's not is herbaceous grass management. Again, planned or in progress activities. We're still working on this. It's not going to be continuously updated, so probably on an annual cycle we'll update it, but it's not as soon as you finish something, it'll show up. Point location data is not included, so we have to have a shape or a polygon in order to include it. And then individual urban tree management is not included right now. So that's hugely important. That's a big part of the forest management in Colorado. But that's also kind of a different data set and a different thing. I don't think it's out of the realm of question to include that in the future, right? State Forest Service, US Forest Service has urban community forestry programs. That would be awesome to put it all together. It's been a ton of work just to put it what you are, so we're starting there. So there's a lot of gray areas too, right? Maybe it's included defensible space around homes. Again, the urban forest management. If it meets the criteria of it involves woody vegetation management and it's mapped with the associated data, yeah, we'll include it, right? So again, a lot of that urban tree management is point data, not polygons, and doesn't have some of the other attributes. Defensible space, if people are changing homes or making the first 5 feet around their homes, rock instead of grass, it's probably not going to be tracked in that, but If it's an acre or two and they're removing some woody vegetation and you have the data, yeah, you can include it.
Robert, are you thinking about including a wildland urban interface coverage in there as a, so you can see where the treatments are being done in relation to the wildland urban interface?
Yes, and I'll get to that in a minute. So this is sort of a, timeline moving forward, as I mentioned, 2024, this year, in the next couple months, we expect a public release of the current data. And then in 2024, 25, we'll continue to integrate additional data into it. So just to highlight right now, we're working on only federal and state data. There's lots of other activities by counties, municipalities, fire protection districts, nonprofits, all kinds of things. That's a lot. That's not in one big central database that we can go download. That's calling or emailing a whole bunch of people, counties, and all those people around the state. So we're starting with the federal and state data, which was a smaller number, but also represents the vast majority of the work that happens in the state. So those other pieces are critical. We are including those, but the numbers you see today do not include that. So just kind of caveating that with today.
Right, if you had the ability for like local communities to share information, just thinking of potential like changes to land use codes and stuff at the county level, or proposed development of a neighborhood, or proposed new multi-purpose kind of recreation trail. Is that pretty easy to add in if you had that information, or would you have to create something brand new?
As far as like what the development codes are in each locality.
Yeah, just kind of like put this on steroids almost, just kind of like, because I'm always I'd love to have the local data.
Yeah.
Because, this gives us a snapshot, but I do think that a lot of HOAs are doing a lot of work, counties are doing a lot of work, municipalities, open space and trails groups are doing a lot of work. And then just kind of understanding the recreational trail stuff too, just to know where people are at in the backcountry, I think would be really fascinating.
Yeah, so I think and to Steve's question earlier and lots of questions, we're creating a base layer of where's forest management happening. Yeah. And then that can be, you can add co-treks and all the trails, you can add all of the home locations in Colorado, you can add all of those other layers to go on top of that. But that's not necessarily part of the tracker. This effort is really to compile and display all of the forest management activities. And then the goal, which I'm going to get to, and I think it actually says it on the slide, is to compare the forest tracker data with all the information in the Colorado Forest Atlas. That is your encyclopedia of all the WUI layers and all the other data that's out there. And so we're creating basically just one more layer you can click on in the Colorado Forest Atlas. It's an important layer, but that's where you'll be able to compare it with all the other things that you're looking at. Colorado Parks and Wildlife, or anyone else, counties can download the data and put it on their website, things like that. But the tracker itself, rather than trying to decide for people all these different options of all the different data you could overlay with it, we're trying to stay narrow and focus and just do the service of providing forest management data.
Yeah, question.
Quickly, Jody, yeah.
Yeah, so, Mr. Chair, and this is just so phenomenal. We loved seeing it at the legislative committee, and just great work, and I appreciate the partnership. It's a really important tool. As a county, we already starting to work on our own GIS and trying to see if we can partner with the Colorado State Forest and see how we can use this data and share it. We already are doing mitigation work with our own mitigation program, which HOAs and our new wildfire partner program that we're funding. And so we know where that work is and what's happening. And we also are working with our watersheds and the NOCO fire shed, and seeing what we can do so that our EMS and our emergency services wanted this, is how it started for me when I first got into office. So that when there's a fire internally, it's being internal facing, external facing kind of data dashboard. So when they're fighting, they know where work has been done and maybe where they can push the fire, kind of what happened with Shambhala during Cameron Peak, which was really a game changer for our for the fire efforts, but also where critical infrastructure is, important wildlife habitats, things like that. And so we're working on that right now, that first layer, and building that from kind of the ground up, from our GIS folks too. We've done it with land use and also with, oil and gas wells around this, our county where they're at, with who owns them, how much they produce, same with other things. So we're hoping to add this too, and have this for the website, just for folks to look at, what's happening, but also I think NOCO Places 2050 and the Colorado Atlas. I think there's such a opportunity to partner and collaborate and share data and see how we can do that across the whole region. So like NOCO Places 2050 has some of those land management and the co-tracks and all that they're doing on. There's an opportunity, since a lot of these organizations are partnering, the same folks that are working on some of this are in those organizations as well. And so I think we can just really encourage, data sharing and collaborating and talking, to maybe make this easy. I think we could have a really powerful tool, for the state to really help with land use decisions, comprehensive plans like we did with, we just did, Estes Park Forward, which was the valley and the town. I don't want to evacuate Estes again, but it's really powerful tool for, I think, policy decision makers and local governments to make decisions on where to build, not to build, what infrastructure. I think it's really going to be important to help bring them in and say, hey, this is a great tool. We'll show you how to use it. So I think this is going to have, for me, all this great work is going to have such an impact and ripple effect. I really want to just thank you all for the work. I think it's phenomenal, and of course, I'm a data geek. I love all this, but I think there's so much more benefits from this than we may even realize, as he mentioned before with researchers. So.
Yeah, and
Thank
Chair, I would, thank you so much. I would say I'm an academic as well, and I really appreciate the data. I think I've shared with you, I'm the founder and chair of our Douglas County Wildfire Action Collaborative. If you go to our website, all of our projects are already, publicly available, and we do the GIS tracking already. I'm wondering, and that's one of the reasons I asked, is this a link that we could, as counties, add to our website for the public to access? And, if there's some collaboration, to your point, and opportunities for partnership, it seems like that'd be helpful. And that's easy if it's just a link.
Yeah.
Well, just think of that really quick. I don't know, I can't remember who the chair is now for like the CCI committee that would have an interest in this. I know you have like public lands, but I wonder if Brett could like present or something, and then
Yes.
you both could help, be like, hey, counties, if you've done work, let's make sure you get information so that we can have the best information for Colorado.
I can text Kelly
Yeah, I
Flanagan, our new
Yeah,
director, right now.
yeah.
We can set that up. for the
Yeah,
next
that's kind of what we're trying to do, is
Uh-huh.
create a data layer and a link that everyone else can point to, right?
Yeah.
So everyone can have this common data set. And that's updated in one place. And then absolutely, you can store things more locally at a county level or a watershed level. And that's something that throughout the state, there's lots of different entities doing that, but a lot of them are looking to both the State Forest Service and Colorado Forest Restoration Institute in various instances. So we're fortunate we have our hands in lots of the collaborative groups and county level groups. And Nick and the State Forest Service GIS team is doing a great job where they're setting up more databases at a local level where you can include some plan data and some other kinds of data, but then it feeds right into this forest tracker report, right? And so it's sort of gonna be seamless. So yeah, I think just a couple more slides here, and then maybe we can share the actual dashboard and show you what we're talking about, and then kind of we have foster more of this discussion after we see some more numbers.
Cool.
Yeah, so I think everyone's had a chance to read this, but open access dashboard, forest, atlas, and then also analysis of those outcomes. So that's something that is our Colorado Forest Restoration and specialty that we're also adding. Back on track. So this is, again, been all hands and a great partnership between State Forest Service and CFRI, really leveraging our unique expertise and specialties together to bring it together. So I think I've kind of mentioned all this. State Forest Service will host it, also help with it, facilitate use and application, but that's a lot of our specialties, being that boundary spanning organization. Just to kind of reiterate, as we're thinking about this, this is not a Forest Health Council product. It is not, if you look at our last two annual reports, it is not mentioned at all once in either of those reports. It was never a recommendation or anything like that. So this is something that the State Forest Service and CFRI again saw a need, said this is gonna benefit the people of Colorado. We're gonna dedicate our own staff and time and resources to do this. So that's something to think about how we want to have this interact with the council moving forward. And just kind of put out there. So again, the tracker team, Nick, Rebecca, and Amanda have been fantastic. And I'm gonna turn it over. I'll stop sharing my screen now and turn it over to Nick with the State Forest Service to share his screen and give you a brief tour preview of the tracker.
Thanks, Brett. Let me. Okay. Everybody see this Google screen and hear me okay in the room? Fantastic. So again, my name is Nick Kalinsky. I'm the Geospatial Data and Analysis Program Manager at Colorado State Forest Service. And excited to show everybody what we've been working on. Both teams working really hard. So the first thing I get to show off is our new coloradoforesttracker.org URL, which is going to be the URL we'll use for this project. And what this does is direct you to the landing page for our experience builder that we've built as kind of the hub for all of the different, destinations that you might want for Colorado Forest Tracker. And I'll go through some of the options really quick. But first, just an overview of this web page. So the idea here to have a landing page instead of to go straight to the data viewer is to kind of offer up high-level statistics and information for those folks, probably mostly policymakers who maybe don't have time or expertise to go diving into the data necessarily, but kind of want high-level metrics about what the data says. And so we're always open to kind of new ideas for metrics that we can present on this page. But for right now, we have the total amount of acres managed that's been documented in this beta release that includes federal and state data at 1.5 million acres. We also here have the total amount of activities that took place on the landscape that went into this larger number. And then finally, right now we have footprint acres, which you'll notice is smaller than the acres managed. And the reason for this is that acres managed can include multiple types of treatments or projects at a single location on the landscape. And what footprint acres does is kind of squishes that down into a single geographic representation of treatment footprint across the state. So two different kind of metrics that have different purposes. And Brett can elaborate on that if anyone has questions about it. But right now, those are our high-level metrics. And then we have a brief overview of kind of what this project is for and who it's by. With over 24 million acres of forest land across Colorado, the tracker provides, this great wealth of completed forest management treatment information across the state. We also have the graphic that Brett showed off, and then a button here to go to the data viewer and contact information for the project. So kind of a complete website for everyone. Up at the top, we have the Learn More tab. Some of you in the room who contributed to the initial data submission process will be familiar with this site. This is hosted on the Colorado State Forest Service website, and this is kind of our massive website dedicated to documentation, submission instructions, and an FAQ about the project. So this will continue to be the location for learning more about the project. And potentially where we will have data submission live for our next round in 2024-25. That's to learn more, and then I'll go over here really quick. So again, the idea here is that this data is going to be completely open and transparent for anyone to use. And so for this, we have right now, this link just goes to the CFRI database that CSFS hosts on our own ArcGIS Online. that we include in a lot of web maps, because when we do applications for local collaboratives, they often ask, well, you don't have Forest Tracker yet, what's the next best thing? This is the next best thing. So we host this, but what I want to show off here is the ability that the public will have once this is fully released to export the data directly to their computers to do whatever they want with it. But then also this ability to have a URL that you can use to link this to your own application. So your own county or municipal applications that some folks have already talked about will be super easy. People will be able to search for this so that your GIS folks will know how to find this, through a variety of methods. So it will be completely open for folks to use once it's released. So it's super exciting and something that we've had a lot of people ask for. So I'll go into the data viewer now. So a quick splash screen to explain the project and what this is for, and then contact information is currently through our Colorado Forest Atlas. So already thinking about how this will be integrated into the Colorado Forest Atlas project. And you can communicate with us about the project there. So this is the dashboard or data viewer that we're releasing with this beta release. So the first thing you'll notice is high-level metrics related to the management activities that we've broken this database down into. So we have canopy, management activities, understory activities, fire management, which is not wildfire, it is prescribed fire activities, and then we have reforestation. And if you want to learn about any of these, what these mean or what the subcategories are, or the methods underneath them, you can click on this, what do these categories mean, for each tab that I'll go through in a second. And you'll be taken to a table that will explain kind of what the dictionary of what that work means, if folks are curious. We will also have full documentation on our website. So the great thing about this application is you can kind of filter all the data in a lot of different ways to kind of answer any broad questions before you download and start playing with the data yourself. So you can filter by simplified land ownership. So you'll have federal options broken out. We have local, NGO, private, and state. You can also zoom into a county of interest. And I also note that the points you're seeing on the map are just centroids of the polygon data that is the actual database. So if you zoom in a little more, those will turn on for you and the points will disappear. This is the actual data that you would be accessing and downloading. So the actual spatial footprint of different projects on the landscape. And you can click on any of those to learn more about those projects. And so we have management type and activity, the agency that reported the information or did the work on the ground, land ownership, so where the project actually took place, year completed, acres managed. You also have unit polygon acres. This is the footprint. So this can vary between what was actually reported as completed and what the polygon was. And so that's why we report on both. We also have funding source, which is not required, but in some instances will be available in the project information. You also have project objectives occasionally, which we just leave from wherever the native data source is. We don't make any changes to this to kind of keep the data intact. And then reforestation metrics if that's part of the project. So again, looking at other filters, you can filter just on one category, or you can filter on multiple types. So you could kind of further slice and dice the data, however, whatever interests you. We can do just on the management type and date completed, which you'll see that all of our numbers and information changes based on these metrics. We can also filter based on reporting agency, reset the map. So we can look at the State Forest Service, the work that's been done in this time period. You can select multiple. And I'll point out too that based on the filtering, if you want a total amount of acreage, you would come to this total managed acreage in this table, since these are broken out by category. The last thing I'll point out before we kind of talk about this application is down here, you can go into the different categories and look at the sub-methods that we've broken out within the database, and you can filter on all these things. Again, just whatever your interest is to get more detail and then learn more about it. And then finally, we have just another way to visualize the data. So these are, instead of acreage, like the rest of the metrics, these are by number of activities, broken out by category and year, and you can filter on those. So just another quick way to filter the map to get what you're after. So the last thing I'll say is in this beta release, we do have 3 what we would consider local organizations. And the reason for this, we had a lot of great submissions from local organizations from the county down to municipal NGOs, collaboratives, providing information that we are still working on integrating into a final product. But the reason these 3 ended up in this state and federal list is because these are co-swap funded projects that we wanted to include for this release. So thanks, Courtney, for getting us this data so that we could integrate it. But because these were the reporting agencies, they were included in this list. And so we're really excited to kind of get this finished and get a lot of the local contributions added. You know, Larimer County, for example, has contributed a ton of data already that we're really excited to get incorporated. Same with NOCO Fireshed and a lot of other folks. So I will stop sharing, or I can keep sharing, but open to any questions or to zoom into the data if people are curious.
Yeah, I think we have some time now on the agenda where we just would like to open up if there's maybe a couple minutes of just questions, absolutely any technical clarifying things about what the tracker is and isn't, and the viewer that we're putting together. And then maybe move the conversation once we understand what it is to how the council wants to interact with this product moving forward. So any kind of clarifying questions on what we're doing, what the data that you're seeing is, how you're interacting with it, that kind of thing.
Yeah, I'll start out. I was curious, you know, what kind of granular information, like how close to the ground can you see on this map? And kind of understanding the ownership patchwork quilt that we have in Colorado, and just kind of, if you can tell like where the gaps are potentially. Like I look back at a lot of people, including myself, talk sometimes about like a great model that we have for different ownership of different collaboration of everyone working together, and look at, we saved you know, 2,200 homes and stuff as the Buffalo Creek fire of, you know, 2018. And everyone I think knows that well enough, but the Forest Service did their work on their land, the State Forest Service worked with private landowners, the project was funded in part by Denver Water's Forest Faucets program. You had like the HOA in that neighborhood to put money in that they got from the county. And so everyone was working together. And then I remember so vividly, like looking at the map after, and just seeing like there was this like huge gaping kind of hole of forested area that was never done any work. And guess what? It was county open space. And when I was a county commissioner, I was just like, oh my God, like I was like so embarrassed really, because I was like, okay, and me in particular, because I was like really involved and stuff. And I was like, oh my gosh, I could have just like gone right through that forested area and hopped on all the other houses that were right below it. And I never knew that. I didn't know that that was like county open space. I just assumed that it was like kind of private little forest in that neighborhood. But having a really good map that you could really see ownership, and I use, I don't know if anyone uses like Onyx Hunt, but you know, it's like so cool to see the different ownership boundaries of like, oh, who owns that land or whatever. But almost having that overlay with this too. But the big question is what kind of detail can you zoom in? Can you see like the projects that were done by different entities and then be like, okay, there's a gap right there. Cause that's what I think would be most meaningful for Colorado.
Nick, you wanna zoom into Summit County and we'll see if we can find it?
Yeah.
But yeah, you can zoom in as like really close. And that's the whole goal, is to be able to see all the different work that the different, you know, organizations and agencies have done on one map. And then that's where this forest tracker application will have land ownership and forest type and some very basic information, but then going to the Colorado Forest Atlas or integrating it with other, you know, can put it on like Codex with all the recreation and wildlife data and other places like that, to integrate with all kinds of. So, yeah, there's right, there's Dillon Reservoir and you can see,
Can you like zoom in, like really zoom in on that?
yeah, so you can
So
get,
currently the app doesn't, we don't have a lot of additional layers to turn on and off. We did play with that. But we didn't want to take away again from kind of this being more of a platform to understand the data. But I think the Colorado Forest Atlas certainly as a platform that already has COMAP on it and also forest cover, just to name some of the layers that came to mind as we were talking, would be a great place to explore the data in that way. We could certainly add other layers to this or use different base maps to explore the data.
But can you, I know you're online, but for the folks in the room, hypothetically, like where your little cursor is there, you potentially click there, and hey, that's whatever, county open space land right there, or that's Denver water land, or that's Bureau of Land Management, or whatever it may be, so you can see where the gap is and who owns it. Can you do that?
Well, you wouldn't be able to do that with the current configuration of the base map, no. But it'd be very easy to add that information.
and this is still very, right, this is a beta version, we're just trying to get this data up. And we're still deciding, and this part of the conversation I want to have today is what are the critical layers we want to include here to make this informative, recognizing that there is no end to the amount of data we could add, right? So yeah, I think this is a beta version and the kind of feedback we're looking for, it's sort of basic land ownership, forest cover. You know, once you start getting into things of like, where's the wildland urban interface or past wildfires or insect and disease interactions with forests, and it kind of goes on, that data is already all compiled and curated within the Forest Atlas. So we don't want to duplicate efforts there. And we'll see what it looks like of keeping this as its own separate page. I think there's value in that. But we're gonna watch and make sure there's not confusion between this and the Forest Atlas as well. And
Yeah, Rebecca?
I was just gonna ask a clarifying question on that. Do you envision though this being then a layer that gets updated whenever it gets updated annually or whatever in the Forest Atlas as well?
Yeah.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that, because then.
Yep.
Then you would have all that right there, like he's looking for.
exactly,
You don't need to duplicate it. Got it.
exactly.
Yeah,
Well, I think this is the value of you being a former county commissioner, and I think you understand the many dilemmas that we often encounter, but I always think errors of commission are better than errors of omission, and so the more data we have in the layers, I think it could have a variety of potential uses for our partners.
Yeah.
So I think to your point, somewhere, and then it's hyperlinked for our partners, that would be really.
Yeah, for sure.
yeah, thanks, and I just, I love this, I think we're off to a really good start, but just thinking of if I were county commissioner or forest councils and so forth, and or fire protection districts or Xcel Energy or rural electric, you know, I'd want to know, okay, where the power lines going, where are the neighborhoods, where are like really critical reservoirs, where's the watershed protection, and just have that all some overlay a little bit, and then you can really zero in on where those gaps are. And then you really figure out who the partners are, and there's just enormous potential. I'm really super excited, but I feel like just zeroing in on Summit County, like, you know, you didn't have any homes there or whatever. It's all kind of forced. I'd be curious, like, hey, is that 1,000 homes right there? Or is there like one house, or I don't know, yeah.
Yep, so all that's possible, and we'll keep adding more as we go, right? This
Yeah.
is That's why
Amy?
it's not public right now, is it's a beta version, and we're kind of figuring out how to message it, make sure it's clear when we do.
Yeah.
Brett, I had a question of, as we looked at some of the trackers in other states, thinking about this opportunity, are there pieces that from other states' trackers that you wish is on your wish list to incorporate into Colorado's forest tracker in the future?
I think as far as the data goes, other states are different in how they organize their data and sort of require reporting. Tied to grant programs or other things like that. That Colorado is a little bit more dispersed, and so finding all of the data takes a little bit more legwork. But no, I think as far as the data goes, the federal data is pretty standardized across the country, right? So there's not much difference there. And then now we're working with the State Forest Service. That data is, standardized over the last many years, and we're figuring out how to crosswalk that with the federal data. So, no, I think the biggest gap, and this is across the country, is including more about the goals and objectives of the work and more about what specifically was done. Because a lot of times we have a date and we say something happened here, but the information about the something is very sparse. And so making sure that we document things is really, this tracker is only as good as the data we have. We can't make stuff up. So I think moving forward, we can learn about putting policies in place to improve data in the future. And that's already happened as we're having, again, these individual conversations with the different people in the different agencies. And they're learning about, we're just asking questions about, is this in your data or not? Oh, that's really great. Maybe we could start doing that.
I got an
don't know if that
answer from the.
Good question, yeah.
Answer your question. I got a response from the director of Colorado Counties, Kelly Flanagan. She thinks it's a great idea to do a presentation perhaps at CCI. And she said a few opportunities. One would be the upcoming district meeting or a webinar or at the winter conference, which is coming up later this
Yeah.
year.
I love that. Any chance to just engage with county commissioners on forestry and wildfire and more education and learning?
Do you have a preference?
No,
This is all the counties.
Yeah.
The winter conference would include everyone.
maybe we can connect afterwards and find a date.
I think going to district meetings, you'd have to repeat that 5 times.
Yeah.
And not everyone goes faithfully to the district meetings, correct? So I mean, it's not really sometimes. I
Are you
mean,
thinking winter conference?
I'm thinking winter conference, and also I think CCAT is also an opportunity to present again, because a lot of those are really the focus on these areas too. We're pretty much overlapping, but there also is a chance to sit and talk to what I call the wildfire commissioners. We've been meeting with CCI and stuff to have meetings. We presented to wildfire interim committee last week. The week before, I don't know, it's all a blur. And I think we're starting to have more conversations as a group of what I call the wildfire commissioners that we're talking about. Some things that I'm trying to collect and bring back to some of our committees, just so we have some things, because really what some commissioners brought up in Uray County, I don't think they're up to speed what's happening. So it's obviously some education that we need to do to help them know all the resources. And so I think CCI and the winter conference would be a great opportunity. And then I'm sure that group will, I think we should, you and I or someone should specifically reach out to that group and really say, you need to be at this meeting, because they do sometimes put lots of great speakers at the same time. So we need to ask Kelly just to make sure that we really focus and make sure it's not too many.
I agree, and it's tough to get people to focus on forest health during the winter for whatever reason, especially wildfire mitigation. It's like, oh, fire would never happen right now. But I do think we could get commissioners with a little bit of marketing there. I would just add, she just said, yeah, she'll go ahead and get that on the winter agenda. I think, just thinking a little bit more about our role here. I mean, a lot of this is recommendations to the governor and the legislature about potential legislation, but as counties, if we can educate and create some uniformity around some of these policies, and I think to Jody's point, there are a lot of counties that are frankly just not, they're overwhelmed and they're not familiar with their opportunities. So this is a great way to potentially just get things done without even, I mean, we're all
Yeah.
legislative bodies as
Well, and
commissioners.
that was in my intro, that was what I said was our main goal, is to foster learning and improve outcomes on the ground. So more education using this as a learning tool, I think would be great. I want to make sure people online get a chance to pipe in and ask some questions too. So maybe
We know
if
Pat
we go
has
there
her,
and some other folks can give some feedback.
yeah, let's start with Pat and then we'll see who else online.
Yeah, thank you. And first off, I want to thank the Colorado State Forest Service and CFRI for pulling all this information together. It's really good. And just at a glance, it looks like we're doing a ton of stuff in Colorado. So that makes me really proud. And I know how instrumental DNR has been in helping accelerate that work. Brett, is there anything in your mind that would help tell the story a little bit better, like the collective story? Like, are we moving toward more fire resilient landscapes, or are we having an impact on burn severity? And maybe that's too big of a question for this right now, but I mean, I think that needs to be the other piece, right? Is to how do we help show that this work is important and it's successful and it's making a difference?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's the piece that is next on our to-do list, and Stephanie Mueller up there with CFRI, that's our piece to add, is what is the outcomes? What is the effectiveness of these, this forest management activity? And I think looking at it in somewhat of a broad lens of, yes, sort of where does it interact with wildfires? What are those, what do those interactions look like? How is it changing fire severity? But there's lots of different angles to determine what was a good investment, right? Sometimes it's stopping a fire, sometimes it's reducing the intensity of fire, sometimes it's, lots of different objectives and ways to say whether things were successful or not. And so that's kind of what we hope to do in the coming months once the data, right now the process is still just getting the data together and cleaned and standardized. But that's coming in the next several months, is absolutely.
Other questions for folks online? When you, Amanda,
Yeah, I don't have a question, just a few comments. First of all, yes, I echo what's been said already, and that is there has been an incredible amount of work that has gone into this. A lot of behind the scenes data cleaning that takes a lot of time. And that's been incredible for both the CFRI and the CSFS team and getting this project to where it is. And I was on a Council of Western State Foresters meeting. Oh no, I'm sorry, I get my acronyms confused. Western Forestry Leadership Council meeting recently, and there were a lot of states demonstrating the different products. One of them was the SWARI product that Brett mentioned earlier. And I see states, like Washington, that have a lot of resources and that have a lot of really great tools with their forest tracker and things that look at things like how fire severity is changing over time and utilizing remote sensing. But I want to recognize like where we got to with our limited resources, and that this is a part-time job for a lot of folks. It's only part of their position. And so I think there's a lot of opportunity here moving forward, and we can make this forest tracker a lot of things, but it's going to require a lot more time and resources. And I just wanted to highlight and thank everyone who's worked on this.
I think maybe I'll add, going back to Amy Moyer's question a little earlier, of what have we learned from other states? California has a wildfire task force that coordinates a lot of wildfire and forest management throughout the state. And their dashboard is a specific project funded and coordinated directly through that task force. Utah has their Watershed Resilience Initiative, WRI. Again, that's a state-funded initiative that is a map of all the work that is happening in the state, but also is a consolidated grant application and funding mechanism for them to consider applications and award funds from multiple different sources of state and federal. So it creates a whole lot of efficiencies and other value that way, but it's integrated in these other systems and supported in that way as a state resource with full-time dedicated staff just to manage the data and the dashboard, and the presentations, and like all the things we've been talking about.
Yeah, Jody.
Real quick, and I know, I'm not sure if this is able to even be tracked, but we're talking about mitigation and reducing wildfire, severity or the risk. But also, we have a lot of burn areas in the state, and we talked, I saw some reforestation, planting a number of trees and stuff. I'm also wondering about that. How do we track, that's part of forest health is recovery and restoration. How is that also something to look at? Because I know we're concerned, this is our watersheds, and we're seeing a lot of still post-fire flooding and things. So I'm just wondering how we use this too to help track the recovery or the restoration. And then I don't know how you're getting that data too, to the Poudre Watershed Coalition. I'm up there every year planting hundreds and hundreds of trees. So, I mean, that's painstaking, tree by tree by tree work, but I'm curious how this could be used to help give that message of hope that also we're recovering some of those burn areas. So they know we heard yesterday on the tour, some of those landscapes that the local officials at CNEF have not recovered. So
Yeah, I love it. And that's why we have reforestation up there, right? It's not just about where you're removing vegetation, but where you're planting it. And I think and I am as guilty of this as anybody. A lot of us get fire vision and get tunneled in on that, but there's a lot of other reasons to do forest management in Colorado. Aside from, I think fire is a driving theme for almost all of our work, but there's a lot of other things that happen out there for recreation purposes specifically, or for other forest health issues and things like that. So we're trying not to couch the tracker as just a fire metric, although all of our forests in Colorado are, fire is the dominant disturbance, with maybe some riparian areas where streams are more dominant, but yes, so I think absolutely we're trying to highlight that. I think I want to hit on one other thing you brought up of just wildfire. And I think thinking about, and I don't know how we're going to display it, but we really need to think about as well, wildfire is doing a lot of good work in our forests. Sometimes it has devastating impacts on our communities, but after a fire, that is a management activity that reduces future risk to our communities and to our watersheds. And so thinking of wildfire in that sense as a treatment or an activity in itself, depending on how the wildfire burns, how it interacts with our values, our homes, our watersheds, our utilities, things like that. I'm not saying every wildfire is good, absolutely not. But we need to understand those interactions and how that's changing the landscape. And when you're zooming in on that map, like you were thinking earlier, Director Gibbs, if you see a big hole in the map, maybe that's a wildfire, and we're doing forest management around the edges to actually leverage that resource, right? And so I think displaying that and telling that story is going to be really important as part of this.
Christy.
Brett, I have a question for you. Speaking of tunnel vision, I'm always thinking about livestock grazing and the positive impacts. But you did mention that this is all woody. Are there any plans for, well, first, two questions. Is there even data available for the positive impacts of grazing? And it makes me think of that large fire on the east slope that I've read, had there been some grazing on that fire, the one that was so destructive? Had there been grazing, perhaps that would have been it may have been avoided or mitigated a little bit. So is there data available for grazing would be a question. And then if there even are there any plans to maybe incorporate any of that? I mean, cattle grazing, I can speak from experience, it is a good positive tool. It reduces the fuel load.
Yeah, absolutely agree. Grazing is a key tool to manage fires. It's not incorporated here. I think that would be one of those applications, again, where if we provide where the forest management activities is happened, grazing associations or other grazing interest groups could take our data and overlay it with the grazing databases and the grazing data. So that data does exist. The federal agencies do track where the grazing allotments are and what's happening. And is some data, I know, particularly like the BLM and NRCS have their monitoring programs that monitor the range health, right? That data, some of it's available, a lot of it's not, kind of thing, of the actual quality of the grazing lands and the impacts. It's very similar to the forest management data, where you can say, yes, some grazing happened here, but exactly what and how that data gets pretty sparse pretty quick. So I think, again, that's where here's forest management, and then there's all these other applications that we hope people use it for.
Yeah, thank you. That makes sense.
Okay, other questions?
I was just make
Yeah.
a comment real quick. I think, Dan's point around. And your point around, there's two things here. So one is, how do you sort of incorporate ownership and values at risk? And then secondly, how does that incorporation and just really the way we look at this drive prioritization, as well as a look, sort of a look back at how we prioritized resources in the past and are they effective within the context of the things that we're trying to mitigate. I think those are not easy things to represent and not easy things to incorporate, but I do think over time, as the technology gets better, and our capacity to fold and feed information in from different sources, it will become a very powerful mechanism for us to demonstrate in real time with a lot of transparency, like, this work takes enormous amounts of resources. But like what we learned yesterday in our tour, the impacts of an unmitigated watershed are equally expensive, if not more so. And so I'm really excited, and I just, we haven't talked specifically about our team here, but Amanda did highlight how much additional work that they just decided to take on. And I want to acknowledge Rebecca Daniels in particular. Data stewardship is like the most challenging job there can be, working through lines and lines and lines of data and trying to standardize and make it usable. So I just want to call out staff in particular. Their contributions have been huge, while also supporting foresters crawling all over the Colorado landscape, putting to the ground all this money. So just thanks to the team for all of everyone's support. I think it's a really exciting tool is coming into its own very soon.
Yeah, Rebecca has personally either visited or had phone calls for hours with like every field office in the state, trying to verify their data and get it up to speed. So, been great. And I think some things, we have at our disposal, and at CFRI, we've already done this working with Courtney Young in the COSWAP program through DNR, is compile some statewide risk assessments. So we have the CORA statewide assessment from State Forest Service, but there's also the wildfire ready watersheds, and there's also the US Forest Service, the Colorado All Lands Risk Assessment. And so there's a lot of statewide data sets that we have sort of just standardized the red, yellow, green sort of metrics, so you can look at them one-to-one and put it on a map. So those are kind of layers you could easily overlay and say, right, okay, here's a big red area for wildfire ready watersheds. How much work has happened in that area? This is the priority areas. I think another big thing is looking, like you were saying, Director McCombs, of the where resources have gone, but also where resources have not at a state level, and thinking about that equitability piece of, where have we invested in the past in forest management activities and why, and kind of exploring some of that and thinking about maybe opening up some blind spots of where have resources not been invested. And then looking at some of those risk layers or other things and thinking about why maybe things have gone a certain way or another. So, yeah,
I just have one last thing.
anything else
Also-
online too? I was just saying, sometimes it's easy in the room to get in a good conversation and hard to include the people online, but I want to make sure if other people have thoughts or comments to share that there's space for that.
Yeah, I feel like they've weighed in online, but yeah, feel free to raise your hand if you want to speak up, but we need to get going to the next agenda. But Abe, you have?
I do, and I think it's really important. It's something that I don't know that we've discussed before, but it really goes back to your comment about the need for mapping next to residences. And when you talk about data sets and risk assessment, from a commissioner hat, we just went through the riskiest day of the year for our first responders, which was the 4th of July.
Yeah.
And our sheriff reported to us that they literally have to run around with their heads cut off because it is just the number of hundreds of fires all over the state from people bringing illegal fireworks from a different jurisdiction. It's a massive risk. And so I just wonder if part of that data set, we really do include, the WUI and that sensibility of what is really close to residences and potential threats.
Mhm.
And I like your comment that we can't be laser focused on wildfire at the expense of everything else, but it is such a big priority.
Yeah, I agree. And that's something that maybe can be added later on with more granular information, but take that next step forward, just thinking of the really importance of having, in particular counties, I'd say, but municipalities too, but just where are those locations on the map that you voted last week to approve a new development in, Douglas County or Larimer County or Gunnison or here in Garfield, wherever it is, that may not show anything right now in terms of activity, but in a year from now will be a bunch of houses, and that's important to know for planning.
One
Yeah.
thing that I'm excited to learn as well, most of the county or local forest management involves some sort of state Forest Service funding, some kind of match grants or things like that, or US Forest Service, BLM, or other kind of funding source. And so my hypothesis that we get to test through this tracker experiment is the vast majority of the local data is already captured in these databases. And absolutely, there's some things that are not, that have some other independent funding sources, but I think we're gonna find, and I'm interested to see actually what the nuance is, but I think, again, I think the vast majority of the work will actually be captured here because there's some kind of matching funds almost always used. That is reported in these systems.
Thank you.
Well, thanks so much, Brett, for you and your team and partnering, especially closely with the State Forest Service and our COSWAP and the US Forest Service, all the different partners involved. So, thank you for helping bringing all that together. So let's move to our next agenda item. And we have our 2023 administrative recommendation update. I believe that James Lucero will help kick this off. I think with additions of maybe Matt, Courtney, and Stacy at some point as well. So let's start with James.
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Perfect. So as a reminder, last year in the annual report, there were 4 administrative recommendations. They were our first attempt at kind of trying to do this. It was something we had created off the fly. The first one dealt with vapor pressure deficit. The second one is prescribed fire. And the third one was the ability to lobby our federal partners on reforestation on private lands. And then the fourth one was a I believe, post-fire playbook. I'm just going to briefly touch base on administrative recommendations 1 and 3, and then I believe Matt is going to give a small update on number 2, and then I believe Courtney said that I think Brett is going to talk about number 4 or somebody. But these are actually moving quite along. So the second one is the one that has been the most time intensive. That one had the most kind of people that we needed to corral. Just a small update on that one. I was able to convene meetings with CDPHE, staff from the tribes, staff from the Colorado State Forest Service, DNR, and DFPC to kind of kick this one off. I think we're going to attempt to close that one today with the talk from Matt, and then I know that Stacy is on the call, and so is Dan Beveridge. But going quickly to number 1, this one is actually the most now advanced apart from number 2. I reached out to our partners at Colorado State University, specifically within the Rangeland Forest Service, that department, to get some more people apart from Dr. Sarah Hart, who gave us a presentation in the legislative subcommittee on vapor pressure deficit. She was able to send me a group of people that we needed to talk to. And I sent an email literally, I want to say 2 weeks ago, making sure that all these people still had the availability and the desire to want to do this seminar. And I got the last person, his name's Mike Battaglia from the U.S. Forest Service, to agree that they are still interested in moving forward. And so that is where I'm going to start, is like getting this group together to start to work through what do we want to do, what do we want to finish, how do we want to do this administrative recommendation. And then the third one, now that we have no longer an acting regional forester in Region 2, we're going to start reaching out to those people to start like those discussions. I've reached out to Maren Chambers at CFRI, as she's got some suggestions on nonprofits that are hoping, I believe, to do some of this reforestation work, but they can't on federal lands. And so that one is still in the hopper. And so those two are still moving, but we're not ready to close out administrative recommendation 1, and we're not ready to close out administrative recommendation number 3. But I'll turn it over to Matt and Daniel and Stacy to kind of talk about administrative recommendation number 2.
Cool, so I'll go first and then let the other two clean up. So the second one was around, just for folks, reminder, that was the committee recommended as part of the interagency Colorado Fire Commission prescribed fire subcommittee. CSFS, DPC, and other agencies and stakeholders convene an informational session to increase awareness and facilitate participation in prescribed fire and / disposal policy development in Colorado. Particular tribal voices and perspectives shall be included to raise awareness of historic tribal cultural practices and expertise in prescribed fire. And then the core issues that we wanted to address were liability, smoke, and resources. So the update that I wanted to provide was this recommendation, as well as conversations within the Colorado Fire Commission in particular, have, as most of you are well aware, we kind of created a super committee, subcommittees comprised of both Colorado Fire Commission and the Forest Health Advisory Council. And from that committee's work, the FPC was able to secure resources, I think through DHSCM and FEMA, to underwrite a statewide strategy for prescribed fire application in the state as a disposal tool, forestry management tool. That process is in the final stages, I think, of development and getting ready to launch. And our friends, maybe Paul could help me there on exactly where that, or Daniel, but that's going to be a fully inclusive statewide effort that's designed to, really grab hold of all of the feedback and input from across all the different folks that have sort of a vested interest in seeing prescribed fire be more readily available and a usable tool in the landscape. And then also help identify all of the critical barriers to that becoming reality. So liability is obviously a huge one, smoke management a huge one, and then having the resources within DPC in particular, and then activating other state agencies that might have the ability to participate to ensure that there's a robust bench of burners available when we're trying to pull off, complicated and staff intensive burns. So those will be the focal areas is identifying those barriers, and then allowing the Fire Commission, Forest Health Advisory Council, in its advisory capacity, consider in advance legislative fixes for those challenges as they're identified, and then to have a strategy in place that will really allow the state with clarity to move forward and become hopefully a leader in prescribed fire application in the Intermountain West. So that is not exactly an informational session as the recommendation was requesting, but the fact that this body and the subcommittees will be engaging heavily and have really crafted the tone and the focus. My hope is that is sufficient. And as we participate in that strategic planning process, that will provide the illumination that we need. The second piece was around, in particular, ensuring that tribal voices and tribal perspectives, as well as cultural practices, are integrated in informing the way we think about prescribed fire in Colorado. And I was going to give Stacy an opportunity to highlight the really incredible integration of her work into DNR's work, which includes the State Forest Service, and ensuring that those tribal perspectives and those relationships, having a dedicated tribal liaison within the department, is leading to greater dialogue. And then after that, we can go to Daniel and Paul, and maybe they could just clarify anything that I might have just misspoken. But I do want to be clear that our intention is that with this briefing that I provided you and this process that we'll launch, that to James and to Allison and those that have been working to make sure these recommendations are administered, and Courtney, we would like to ask for your blessing that this is sufficient to meet your intent, and that we will ensure that the council is fully integrated into the strategic planning process that will be led by DFPC.
Sounds
Director
good.
McCombs, this is Paul. I can jump in really quick and maybe, I won't go over what you said, but I can give you some information on where we're currently at in the planning process, and Daniel can update if I miss anything here too. So, we have selected a peak facilitation who will be helping us with the development of the Colorado Fuels and Prescribed Fire Strategic Plan. So really excited to have them because they've been very involved up to this point with the RX subcommittee and the fire and the Colorado Fire Commission. So we anticipate just rolling right into that. So a couple really key things that are happening right now is the planning team, which consists of Peak, DFPC, CSFS, pretty much Daniel and Rocco. SNART for us is they are currently setting up 5 sessions. 4 of those sessions will be in-person sessions with cooperators and partners, and one of them will be a virtual for anybody to be able to dial into that one. The current plan is to have all of those sessions completed by the end of September, with the ultimate goal of having the plan in its entirety completed by the end of 2024. So really moving ahead aggressively and trying to get this accomplished. And so that would be the only addition I had, and I'll defer to Daniel if he's got anything else.
Thanks, Paul. Thanks, Matt. Also, can everybody hear me okay? Just to confirm.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. I have very little additional to supplement or share, but just to provide some clarification, myself and Rocco Snart are each co-chairs for this subcommittee's work on behalf of, respectively, the Colorado State Forest Service and the Division of Fire Prevention and Control. We're thankful and appreciative that Allison Lurch is also involved as a type of liaison between the Forest Health Advisory Council on behalf of DNR and this subcommittee's work. So yeah, we really just wanted to provide a summary of where things stand right now, and we are happy to provide updates as this work progresses.
Great, thank you. And I want to turn it over to Stacy next, and then Courtney, you have anything to add, or Matt, and we can open it up more. But let's turn over to Stacy next.
Wonderful. Thank you, Dan. Stacy Coleman here, the Assistant Director for Tribal Affairs for the Colorado Department of Natural Resources. Some of you I have met, some I have not. So I look forward to meeting you in person too. But I just, by way of background, I work with all 8 divisions within the DNR and the additional commissions and boards that fall under the DNR umbrella. And with that work, it's mainly focused on tribal issues. I also work closely with the Colorado Commission of Indian Affairs, which is the lead state liaison that works with tribes and also the greater American Indian and Alaskan Native communities located, throughout our entire state. So I know many of you on the council have worked directly with tribes as well, and I'm simply here to remind folks that I serve as an additional resource within DNR to assist with outreach and engagement needs. I've been working closely with Allison, James, and Courtney and others in the Colorado State Forest Service team as we work with tribes. I see that Vice Chair White Skunk may not be here today, but I do want to send a huge thank you to both the Ute Mountain Ute and Southern Ute tribes for their long-term partnerships that with the Department of Natural Resources, which includes COSWAP and the Colorado State Forest Service. We've had many different opportunities for our staff to work with and learn directly from their tribal staff on forestry and natural resource issues, sharing key experiences and collective goals as we collectively work to ensure healthy and strong forests and ecosystems for generations to come, responsible wildfire management, and prioritize community safety, all things that we've touched on today during the meeting. Truly, these respective tribal programs are being led by extraordinary staff in our experience. And we have many mutual stewardship goals that our long-term relationships, are being built on. And just want to emphasize that we'll, at DNR, COSWAP, Colorado State Forest Service, will continue to sort of build beyond the work that we're doing, right here, not only specifically within the Forest Health Council capacity, but also within, our departments and divisions. Regarding, sort of the work on the directive related to tribal sort of, I think it was administrative recommendation number 2 on prescribed fire. James provided and Director McCombs provided a great overview there. I think, as we move forward with the statewide strategic plan, something to keep in mind is that all of our collective work overlaps, and the natural and cultural resources that we co-steward together goes beyond jurisdictional lines. It especially behooves all of our, state agencies, speaking here in a state capacity, boards and commissions and councils, to collaborate and partner with our tribal governments when approaching our collective work within these important ecosystems. A few reminders on maybe some engagement pieces that we certainly that are sort of mindful practices that we kept in mind as we were working with the tribes on this particular administrative directive, but also beyond. Really, when engaging with tribal governments, the number one practice to keep in mind is to respect tribal sovereignty. And if you aren't familiar with that, tribal sovereignty is the inherent right for tribes to govern themselves. We have a unique government to government relationship. They aren't local governments. They are not stakeholders. They are nations with a unique political and legal status. And it's important to keep that in mind as we all collectively do our work together within, this council sort of framework too. But also, as we've probably seen even through this process, Allison, James, and Courtney, tribal governments are running entire nations and they have limited staff capacity. So we really need to coordinate together. And we've received clear feedback from many different tribal governments and staff that we need to better coordinate our outreach and engagement efforts. So as much as we can work together and moving forward on collective needs and areas of interest where we want to work on these cross-boundary issues together, it's important to start early and to be able to, pull in folks who are definitely familiar with everything that's going on within the tribal government world to help, support you and the council through this process. Another thing is develop those meaningful relationships. I know we're all doing it, but this is not done through one call, one email, one letter. It's facilitated and grown over time. So, when pursuing maybe an administrative director tool, keep that in mind. Again, it's a long-term relationship that should be built with tribes and their staff, and certainly, as state, departments and divisions, we can assist with that too. We also need to remember to keep and take a flexible approach and be adaptable. Our process timelines that we have as governments and as, organizations and entities are ours, and to remember that. Again, tribal governments are working on issues that impact the entire welfare of their communities. So you may encounter changing timelines, priorities, and even changing administrations. And of course, I know we all do this, but continue to approach our work with tribal governments respectfully, take time to listen and understand the experiences, priorities, needs, cultural practices, and viewpoints of those that we're working with. We have many mutual goals on these, co-stewardship areas that we can collaboratively work on and partner with. And we also need to take time to actually listen as we move forward with statewide, policies and recommendations that may impact directly or indirectly, tribal governments, and especially the natural and cultural resources that the entire state holds important to the tribes. So thank you for your time today. I'm here to, again, assist as a resource. Really happy to meet you all, and I hope to meet you in person soon.
Great, thank you, Stacy. And thanks everyone that's been working on this. Any questions? Jody, did you have one earlier?
Just a quick comment. I think this is tremendous work. There's obviously a lot of progress and a lot of collaboration and some really significant work being done. So, I was trying to capture all of this. So if we're going to accept kind of this work as meeting that directive, is there a way we can have at least some kind of written report or something pulled together so at least we can have something we can go back and read this and understand and before the final stuff is presented? I know that's a lot of work to pull that together, but it's just a lot was just shared, and I'm thinking for those who are not here, and how do we help kind of have that all combined together, because a lot of information was just shared. And I appreciate Stacy being here and sharing that perspective. I think that also is important to add. We can talk about it if we put it on paper and put that in our reports as well, that you're considering this and how this is important to consider. I think that's an important part of that directive as well. And so just for me, I just really thrilled to hear about all these conversations and progress, but it'd be great to have it pulled together, just curious.
Is it appropriate, in the annual report?
Yeah, somehow,
Yeah.
so much.
I mean, I can certainly summarize the discussion we just had, like, if this was the directive, what are the few different ways that the departments are addressing that? And like, how are we kind of working, kind of these two processes that we're working through, tribal engagement and then this strategic plan? I can certainly include those in the annual report and send out a summary of this section sort of individually, if that would be helpful, because I know the strategic plan is going to be done, it sounds like by the end of the year, but won't be available for the annual report.
That sounds great for me. For me, it's,
I think it's smart to have it captured.
right,
Yeah.
that was just tremendously a lot of information. I was like, wow, that's cool. But I think we also need to capture that for us, sharing what the work that you all just did through the course, since we directed that to have that in the report and show, capture it somehow, so.
Okay, yeah.
Just to respond to that, part of the strategic planning process is gonna be the 4 meetings across the state. And I would imagine that peak facilitation would write up some sort of like summary of each of those to then use to create the strategic plan. So I wonder if we could just ask them to make that like something that they could share with everyone.
Good idea. They normally work
Yeah.
too. Yeah.
Cause we're on the subcommittee, you're right, that was part of that work, but, if you're not in those meetings, for the rest of the council and other folks, it's hard to capture all the work that's happening in the conversations.
Yeah, we just want to make sure that the council felt that these recommendations that you made had been serviced. And so, because we kind of made them up too. Because we were sort of thinking about policy formulation. We were like, why don't you just tell us what the council would like the agencies to do? And we'll do some, thoughtful follow-up to make sure that whatever the issue area or the objective of the council in sort of the policy formulation realm was achieved. And just to be transparently, I think like a sizable strategic planning effort being led by the 2 agencies with sort of shared interest in its outcomes is a total response that this body is intimately involved in. Hopefully we met your expectations.
So what are those, I mean, do we have, I guess I'm curious, what are
They
those?
came in the annual report, yeah, so from last year, and so that's what we were referring to, and James kind of did a quick overview, and if folks would be curious about what those are, we can send them back out. There were just four things that were just like, hey, can you provide some, we didn't have a legislative or an sort of executive action, we just recommended that we either needed more information in these topic areas, or we'd like to take some action on these topic areas. And so we're trying to be diligent and living up to those commitments.
Gina is to make a motion or formal acceptance of.
I think we just maybe send it out to remind everyone what those 4 items were.
Right.
And then we can talk to peak facilitation about capturing that in the report too.
Yeah, but it was an administrative recommendation from the council. It
Yeah.
was another impetus for the strategic planning effort. I think is a fair.
That's a
Fair
great
way to go.
idea, yeah.
Steve?
Yeah, just a question on the prescribed fire planning effort. What role does the U.S. Forest Service have in that?
I'm happy to jump in on that one. At least specifically in this recommendation, that entity was not one of those named entities, and it's not one that I reached out to. So unfortunately, the U.S. Forest Service was not involved in that particular discussion. It was an initial discussion with the State Forest Service, the Department of Fire Prevention Control, tribal staff, the Department of Public Health and Environment, CDPHE. And those were the ones that were named, and I reached out to CDPHE specifically on the wildfire smoke kind of issue there. So since that one wasn't a named one, I didn't reach out to the U.S. Forest Service.
The larger effort, you'll absolutely be included.
Okay.
The intentional focus is on state and private tribal ground. At the same time, we want to figure out ways that whatever the state strategic plan is that is adopted, that's an incorporative of the cross-boundary nature of the work. So.
Thanks for that clarification, Matt.
We're standing by if you need us.
Yeah, Becca?
Daniel Godwin has been heavily engaged on the subcommittee for that as well, so there is definitely Forest Service sitting at the table and giving input already.
Well, we certainly will not develop a statewide plan that's not incorporative of the largest forest owner in the state.
Gotcha.
All right, awesome. Well, thanks so much. Sounds good. Let's now take a 10-minute break and let's see, come back at 10:55. And Melissa, don't we have, there's a really nice picnic area out in back. Can you just walk out the front door and walk right around if folks wanna hang out down by the river and stuff? And similar to where we all met yesterday, it's just a nice kind of, if you want to get outside for some fresh air. But let's come back in 10 minutes at, 10:55. Thanks, everyone. Here, but. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, let's get started here. Can folks hear us that are online, just to make sure everything's good? Okay, great. Okay, next up, Becca, thanks so much for joining us. She's with Fire Adapted Colorado, who will help us kind of walk through prioritizing the development of our 30-year vision for forest health in Colorado and some of the duties that we have regarding helping to shape this particular plan. So really excited to see you here and appreciate your willingness to step up to help be our facilitator for this. So Becca, let me turn it over to you now.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. I'll give a quick introduction to you all, a little introduction of Fire Adapted Colorado, and then the plan and get a little input from you for developing a 30-year vision for forest health in Colorado, as well as goals and recommendations for action. So I'm the director for Fire Adapted Colorado. I'll give you a little more background on that in a minute, but I'm joining you this morning. I'm wondering if I still had the longest drive, even though we're on the West Slope. It's about 5 hours coming up here from near Dolores, Colorado. So I'm on the West Slope. I steward about 40 acres of pinyon juniper woodland. I'm always kind of curious who sees that as forest and who doesn't in these kinds of circles. So I think for the purposes of the Forest Health Council, I think pinyon juniper is still in. We have some sage and grassland, which maybe I'm not sure if it is. I live in the homelands of the Ute people and the Dene people, and the ancestral homelands of the Pueblo people, who stewarded those landscapes for a really long time. And I feel really pleased to be here in the Colorado River Valley in the homelands of the White River Ute people, who really stewarded this landscape for thousands of years. So thank you for having me here. I've been selected to help you guys through your legislatively directed process to develop a 30-year vision for forest health. But I know that that was also a vision that got put into legislation when this council was kind of reconfigured a few years back intentionally by Director Gibbs and others to make sure that you kind of have that guiding star. Oh, I skipped a couple here. So just a little bit of background on Fire Adapted Colorado, because some of you know as well, and some of you don't know Fire Adapted Colorado probably yet. We're Colorado's network for wildfire resilience leaders, and we're the only organization that really specifically supports those professionals who are leading wildfire resilience around the state. Wildfire councils, watershed protection groups, counties that have wildland divisions, fire districts, and then also working with the various partners who support an aspect of wildfire resilience, whether that's state forestry, agencies, DFPC, working with Courtney and CoSWAP, and other partners, Community Wildfire Planning Center, CFRI, many that you all know. We've been around since about 2015, and we're really designed by network participants. We're here to connect and empower the wildfire resilience leaders to improve wildfire outcomes in Colorado communities and landscapes. So that's one of the hats that I'm coming to you with, but I've also done a bit of facilitation in this and prior roles. The folks that we represent really work around this fire adapted communities wheel, and I'm going to share with you the vision for your cohesive strategy here in a minute for those of you who don't know it, but I just want to acknowledge that this is fire centric, what I'm showing you here. This is not where I see your guys' vision going, but this is the piece of it that really is intriguing to me, is making sure that the wildfire resilience and risk reduction and all of the overlap between landscape resilience, fire adapted communities, and safe and effective response are all taken into consideration in the fire risk reduction portion of how we're managing our, for forest health. And then we're also the conveners of the Colorado Wildland Fire Conference, which is going to be in Sumas in October. So maybe we'll see many of you out there this year. So yeah, come and see your place, Jody. And I thought it was really cool looking at the tracker and where activities are happening. This map on the left is our place-based participants in Fire Adapted Colorado Network, of which there's about a little over 240 individuals right now who are participating. About 2/3 of those are parts of these place-based organizations. The little yellow ones are fire councils, the blue ones are watershed groups, green is wildfire councils. And there's a lot of overlap in what those different names mean. But point being, when you see that next to the Forest Atlas and the Risk Reduction Planner, we really have people pretty active in most of the parts of the state where we have kind of the highest risk areas. Those also tend to be the areas where I was seeing showing up with where work has been happening. So that's good to see when we put it on the map like that. But we also know that there are some holes, right? So that's just a little bit of background about Fire Adapted Colorado. I wanted to make sure you all knew that we exist and that we've been around for a little while. So let's get into your projects and why I'm here. Part of the enabling legislation for the Forest Health Council includes that one of the activities is development of and recommendations for attaining a 30-year vision for forest health in Colorado, including developing goals and both annual and multi-year recommendations for action to improve forest health and reduce fire risk through increased funding and capacity building. So that is what I'm here to help you all do over the next half a year or so, maybe a little bit less. Most of that timeline we'll see is a little bit consolidated. We need to create that guiding star for the organization. What I'm going to run through with you guys today is kind of introducing myself and the organization, but I want some agreement on the deliverables that you guys want to get to fulfill this part of legislation. What is it you want me to help create for you? Obviously, a vision statement for 2055 will be a part of that. But what else do you need? And the short-term kind of goals and recommendations for action to fill in all the gaps between the existing plans that are out there that we have that you all are working on already, to weave those together toward that 30-year vision that you create towards accomplishing that 30-year vision. This is Christine, I think this is the graphic that I thought that you would like. This came to mind when I was talking with Director McCombs last week or so, where you're really sharing this feeling like we're in this moment right now where we've really built a strong foundation for forest health, for wildfire resilience with the state, with some infusion of federal resources and just kind of so many programs that are out there and people who are working on this work, that there's this really solid foundation. But when do we get to the point where that like tree and all of the work that you can see out there happening on the ground and tracked in the forest tracker is also, you know, reflective of the incredible structure that we put under it? What do we want that future vision of what's happening, you know, above the ground that we can see out there on the landscape to look like, and how do we want that to change? So today we'll kind of refine the desired deliverables together. I will share with you here in the next month to month and a half a pre-vision survey to gather some input from you all on what you want to have. It might also ask some questions in addition to what your vision is for forest health and wildfire risk reduction in the state. It might also ask some questions around how to get additional buy-in into this and other stakeholders that we'll need to achieve this vision. It might ask some questions around other plans and how you see them integrating specifically with this vision. So we'll be sending that out. And then, we had set mid-September to mid-November, somewhere in there, that we have a half-day virtual visioning session workshop. I think that we can get through this virtually, but we'll need you guys to set your calendars aside. I believe that will probably be the morning of October 16th, so we'll make sure before we all leave here that we get that placeholder on as many of your calendars as possible and get it out to the other members of the council who aren't here today, so that we can have full engagement in that virtual workshop in October. And then after that, I'll be working on taking all of that information, refining the vision. And somewhere between 4 and 5 in the squiggly, we have to figure out the goals and recommendations for action, which I envision for you all being a separate meeting once we have the vision to say, what are our targets? What are our SMART goals? And really having that guiding star of the vision in place before we go and have that separate virtual conversation on, you know, if we've got these kind of cool general goals in the forest action plan or the water plan or the prescribed fire strategy, but we need, are they talking to, how do we make them talk to that vision in 30 years with some targets and that kind of thing. So we'll definitely, by the February Forest Health Council, that's our target for delivery of the finished vision. And depending on what you all come up with today in terms of what you want to see for the goals and recommendations for action, that may come over, those may come alongside it, or at least those short-term, you know, annual and multi-year goals and recommendations, or those might be a little bit into a follow-up process, depending on everyone's availability and what you guys want to get out of those work products. So I'm going to dive into kind of some background on vision and getting some input on plans here today, but any questions for me so far, because I've been talking for a little bit online or in the room.
Real quick, you talked about on October 16th, you're saying a half day or full day, and what are you looking at? Any ideas about morning, afternoon?
We're thinking morning, I believe. Did I get the date right? Kristen, you check that, but I think that calendars for all of the agency directors were checked, and it's the morning of the 16th is what we're looking at.
Okay, just trying to make sure I can clear space too, because
We're hoping it's early enough that most of you can make it a priority to do that, and we will do it virtual.
And so before this, will we get some documents or some things to look at to kind of spark our brains before we come, or?
I'm gonna try to spark your brain right now a little bit,
Okay.
and then between now and then, you'll have to get my card and make sure that, you know, if something's gonna hit you at 10 o'clock at night, you're gonna wanna send me it, I'm sure.
And if we already have a conflict on October 16th, the survey is probably our best bet to try and inform feedback into that process.
Yeah, and so this isn't really on the map, but it's in that refinement part as well. After, you know, nothing is gonna be finalized at that meeting on the 16th, so you'll give your survey input, and then if you see what comes out after the 16th and you're like, they did not understand what I was saying, then there will be room for you to do additional revision in the fall. Great. There's a lot of time between then and when we're hoping that it gets adopted by the council in February. Anything else? Anyone online have questions so far? Okay. This part's just kind of for fun, really, and thinking about what a vision statement is and what you guys want for that deliverable. That they look a lot of different ways. So I gave a few examples here, but a vision statement should describe why an organization exists, where the organization's going, and what it will look like when it gets there. Maybe even what it smells like. You know, think about the butterscotch ponderosa pine. I don't know. And the length of the vision statement is not generally a consideration. These are all kind of a similar length. Lots of times people try to boil it down, but what happens when we boil it down to just a few sentences is we lose the collective meaning oftentimes when you get it down to something that's really short. So just remember that. The important thing is to write it clearly and thoughtfully. It really should paint a picture that you can all share and that you can share with others. of what you want our forests to be like 30 years from now. And to use terminology like resilient forest probably looks different in each and every one of our minds. So we want to do something that's going to get us all clear about what that means to us collectively, and that can get all of our partners and stakeholders that you all represent bought in and also working towards that collective shared vision. So I did throw a few ones up here. I love the cohesive wildland fire management strategy vision, something that I have, this is a national vision to safely and effectively extinguish fire when needed, use it where allowable, manage our natural resources, and collectively learn to live with wildland fire. And that's a guiding thing on the fire side for me, right? Through ours up there. We want Colorado mitigation professionals that are valued, supported, and empowered with the financial, legislative, educational, and peer-to-peer support they need to make our state the recognized leader in wildland fire risk mitigation and resilience. A lot of buzzwords, but also a lot of detail about how we want them to be supported, right? Got into our Colorado resiliency framework. This is all about their vision has more to do with how we do stuff as a state, right? We creatively implement forward-thinking solutions that are sustainable and resilient to changing conditions, resulting in strong, equitable communities that can adapt and thrive in the face of adversity. It's pretty powerful. A lot of folks can get behind that. But then we get into something like the water plan, and it is much more involved in terms of the vision. And breaks it down by specific aspects of the plan, like really robust goals around communities, agriculture, watersheds, and resilience planning. And there's more paragraphs about it within the plan, right? So they would, and just think, we have to incorporate the forest health aspects of the watershed plan into whatever you do here as a Forest Health Council. So before I go any further on that, I just wanted to ask you all, what visions do you have for your organization, your agency? Like actually one that you know, this is our vision statement. And you guys online can put them in the chat or raise your hand and come off mute. Share them with me. Do you guys know your vision? Do you know what you're heading for? Do you know yours, Matt?
Chief stewardship of Colorado's forests for current and future generations.
It sounds like a mission to achieve
Oh,
stewardship.
I thought you said, what's the vision?
Yeah,
Oh, to bring that mission statement to life.
Yeah.
Is the goal there. And then, we're in the sort of process of trying to figure out how we can transition to an outcome-based organization where our vision is informed by a constant evaluation or reevaluation of is what we're doing leading to the outcomes that we set out to achieve when we started.
yeah. I think I was actually not expecting you to have a great answer, because I think that this is partially gonna have, that the State Forest Service, this is gonna be a really important vision for the Colorado State Forest Service. And then when you backtrack, hopefully the tools like the forest tracker are something that we can look at and say, okay, so 1.5 million acres has gotten treated in the last 23 years, but is that on target for what we need to achieve resetting the timeline on the forests that you want to see reset? Is that doing it, or do we need some adjustments or to figure out how to work faster on this or that? Right, as opposed to just, well, we did better than last year, so that's good. We can keep, that looks really good to the legislature. You say we did better than last year, but is it getting us there? Right? Who else knows their vision? Yeah, go ahead, Jamie.
Well, I had to pull up our guiding principles because we're supposed to have it memorized, but our mission statement is to improve the community's health, safety, quality of life, and well-being, and this is guided by our guiding principles, which are being good stewards of public resources, promoting innovation and adaptability, committing to continuous improvement, providing good quality customer service, and being a great place to work, and taking care of our employees, and cultivating collaborative and inclusive partnerships.
Okay.
So we have these guiding principles under our mission, and they're on every wall in every single room in the county.
So that's guiding, that's a lot of like how you do your work and what you do, but not quite, I didn't quite get a picture of what that looks like 10 years from now or 20 years from now. In terms of, you know, those happy employees who have stuck around to retirement and are still coming back and engaging in community meetings. You know, because of the work environment you've set up with your guiding principles. So vision is not a mission. It is not how you do the work. It is what you want to achieve because you exist. And in this case, because the Forest Health Council exists, what can be true about Colorado's forests in 30 years? And I'll keep driving this home. I don't need to drive it all the way home today. Just want to give one more chance if there's anybody else who has a vision. Go ahead, Katie.
The Center for Collaborative Conservation's vision, which I did have to Google. We envision a resilient world where diverse people work together to conserve nature and build healthy communities. And we have a separate vision and mission.
What about online? Any folks want to share any of this, what their organization's visions?
Oh, Kat gave us one. She says, a nation united by the life-changing power of the outdoors.
Just an observation. I feel like in many cases, governments like have a mission and then may have strategic plans or different kind of guiding documents, but I feel like most nonprofits have like mission and vision because I feel like the funders really want to see that. And if you're a government, you're a funder, but it's different. I don't know if that maybe it's a stereotype. Yeah.
We don't have a vision.
Yeah, right. Depending on who the president is and the leadership there, yeah.
Well, and like the county government, we have, 2,000 employees. We have so many departments that do different things. So like DNR's vision or vision statement is healthy landscapes, healthy people. So and then solid waste might be a whole different, each department has different visions. So I feel like we're a collective group of visions. So each department has got their own, and I won't name all 15 of them, but that's one I remember.
They kind of have their own
Yeah.
pieces that they're going toward. That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, the DNR has a very similar like mission to what Matt described. It's more broader, the DNR, current and future generations of work on sustainability for that. But then we have our strategic priorities, and that's really like forward thinking, at least as long as I'm in this role of what the goals of the organizations that we have. And there's like 5 key areas. And so that's, I guess, similar to what a vision statement would be, but it's very much zeroed into like measurable goals too, which is kind of similar to like the water plan, where if you really dig deeper on those buckets, you have at least the updated plan and the plan from 2015 definitely has certain goals in there. And now it's more like, what can the state do for these action items that they can take, and what do other partners can they do that's out of the state's control, but they could still work to implement the water plan, but just kind of interesting.
And I could certainly see something like that, like the goals, if you're doing a 30-year vision, maybe your 30-year goals, I kind of think about the vision as the 30-year goals, and it's gonna bundle up all of these other pieces, but in reality, where are we gonna try to be on that in 1 year or 3 years or 5 years? And that planning horizon is something that we need to think about.
I would
So-
say for us, I mean, we are indoctrinated in Douglas County with a document, like a vision board that just lives in every room, and it's really governing with excellence. It's our core priorities around. This is a place where quality of life comes first. So it's transparency, accountability, and fiscal responsibility around the 6 core priorities. And it's every commissioner, we just live that every day. Have to,
That's great. So it's kind of wrapping the values into there is how you do it, but just that this, quality of life center and everything we're doing, you're asking, how is that your guiding star? And you're saying, how is what we're doing impacting quality of life for the residents? That's great. That's very. Okay, so a lot of, some good ones, some interesting things coming up in the chat here too. So thank you for playing that game. I think that what we turn out of this, I'm gonna ask you guys that again in the survey for like, what do you want out of this? But I wanted to give you like a little bit more inspiration too, and something that I wanted to put out there to just gauge your interest in. There's also illustrated visions that go along with
plans that go along with, the vision statement. And that these can give everybody a really clear picture of what you're working toward together, right? They're inspiring, they're guide, you don't have to be a great reader, you can understand this if you're looking at it in a different language or something, right? I'm looking at the Fire Grand Challenge on the bottom, right? I've got an idea of what's going on there with all of the different pieces because they've painted a picture of what they have be the, I'm not sure this is necessarily their vision, but just shows you kind of the power of illustration. We did not, and I wanted to put this out there, because this is something that I proposed trying to do initially, and I know we don't have, it's not really within the funding to hire a contractor to do this right now, to do this vision. But if this is something that you guys are interested in, trying to have a company while we're putting together the vision statement, I think we can make it happen. I think we've got enough minds in the room that you guys can come up with a funding source, or I have some ideas for funding source to come up with a couple $1,000 to where we can have a graphic illustration along with it, if it's something that you all are interested in. And that's, I'll put that to the directors too, see what your thoughts are on that. And if you want to go that route, then I will be glad to work with whomever to make that happen quickly before our vision session in October. Any feedback or thoughts, or has anybody worked with an illustrated vision before and had that? I mean, you kind of pointed that out, Commissioner, that you have something up on the wall that like, hey, we all know it because you see it, right? You don't have to memorize 3 sentences or 10 sentences. You see it there every day. Anybody, any other feedback on that concept? If it's something we want to pursue, or we want to say, nope, just meet the legislation, let's get this vision done.
Can we think about it? There's pros and cons. Like I've been involved with like brand new nonprofit organizations that we spent like, it felt like an eternity on like a year working on a vision statement. It's kind of like, oh my gosh, like this is insane. So I wouldn't want to do that.
Yeah, I guess I'm curious, Becca, to hear the balance of how you see the level of effort to develop the vision statement as well as the goals and annual and multi-year recommendations that are also part of that mandate. We're gonna go to the multi-year recommendations next. As far as the vision piece, I don't actually see an illustrated vision being, I see the same timeline there, that we would just have a graphic illustrator on hand while we were doing the vision statement. And, you know, we're all focused on using descriptive words anyhow, and as those are coming out, somebody hears this or that and they sketch it. So that part I don't see being any more involved. As far as the balance of the goals and actions, I think the biggest challenge there is where we're at in terms of having so many other plans in place already that talk to aspects of this, right? Like you probably deal in the Colorado water plan pretty regularly. I would guess that that's something that you know you're on board with, and you know what some of those strategies are. And there's parts of that that tie in really closely with the Forest Health Council. And so I see figuring out how a lot of those talk to one another being an important piece of the goals and recommendations for action. And I've kind of like budget wise, I've got it pretty evenly split actually right now. Any other questions on this?
I think Courtney has.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to chime in about the illustrated vision, and that the budget, at least for the facilitation, is pretty set. And that I think if people decided that they did want an illustrated vision, that would be something that would need to perhaps, we would need to find funding from somewhere else, since we already have a pretty set budget for this. So I'd say if someone felt really passionate about including that, we could have a discussion about looking maybe outside of the state for that funding. And I don't know if we mentioned this either, but the State Forest Service is being incredibly generous throughout the council's like many deliverables and also funding this. So thank you, Matt and all.
Thank you.
Where do we put this?
And Clyde has his hand up to maybe weigh in on that as well.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that it seems like, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, just seems like the vision statement is an assemblage of words that we can all collectively wrap our arms around. It is something that gives us a 30-year scope and, you know, includes safety and water quality. And this is just my feeling on this. It might be if we each throw in a word at some other meeting or today, might be able to move towards pieces of a vision that could be assembled. Thank you.
Okay, well, that'll be definitely a part of the, you know, words that I will be looking for in that survey that I'll send around to you. We're not gonna try and craft a vision today. So we'll send that around and let everybody have time to get some input. But that's exactly spot on, Clyde, is that we want to hear the words that describe what forest health should look like in 30 years to you all to help put that together collectively. Okay. So just to paint like a little bit of a picture of where we're at right now, that's really critical to deciding like where are we going? What do we have in place as a group already? And I mentioned the Colorado Water Plan. Here we have a cutout from the Forest Action Plan and just a few of the goals, just because of one I'll fit on one page. But these do a really good job of like painting the picture in the Colorado Forest Action Plan, 2020 Forest Action Plan, of kind of where things are at right now. I know you can't read all those, they're tiny, I don't expect you to, but the forest conditions, where we're at with living with fire, watershed protection, and some like basic strategies around those are already a part of a plan that we have in place and a plan that's being worked. Right? So whatever we do needs to be congruent with that and needs to give hopefully a guiding star in a way to the next time the Forest Action Plan update happens, for instance. Colorado Water Plan now has the watersheds portion integrated in it, and CWCV has been working that with all of their partners and creating programs around that. So are there aspects, when we look at aspects of watershed health related to the forests, a lot of that has already been compiled for us in terms of the goals and actions. Broader, you know, resiliency framework. These are just a few of the plans that I pulled out that I feel like I know we're already working on as a state, and I want you guys to help identify how do these interplay, what's missing here? What is the gap in terms of us actually having SMART goals, or those SMART goals that we have, what are they based upon? Is this based upon we need to treat this 10% of the forest in the next 20 years? Or is this just, well, we did this last year, so we think we can do a little bit better next year? And I think that we've had a lot of the latter. And what hopefully this process will get us to is a little bit more of the, okay, so if we want to get to here, and this is how much we need to treat in so such and such amount of time, here's how we're going to do it. Yeah, the forest tracker, I definitely see that as being a part of it and should tie in with the outcomes-based metrics that the State Forest Service is talking about. Like, how do we use that as a tool? But somewhere there's got to be the vision, well, of, okay, well, is 1.5 million acres good? Or, you know, what, how were those acres? And do we need 24 million acres to be back in alignment? How much of that do we expect to happen from fires happening on the landscape compared to our own management activities? And we need to have those discussions and paint that picture as a group.
Yes, I agree. Well said.
I'm not telling you, but I think that's what this process is about, right? That's why this was put into legislation. It's something that needs to happen. So I'm gonna actually speak out of this a little bit with you guys and take this opportunity for any of you to weigh in now on how you think those plans or other plans should intersect with the vision or goals that exist there. And we'll just take a few minutes for that now. And then again, there will be an opportunity in the surveys, but I really want your bigger picture on like, okay, if we're doing this, what do we need to answer about the existing plans and the relationship of those plans to this project? to find to make sure that they're complementary. That we're building on what we already have. I see, this Julie Stinsel has her hand raised online. Go ahead.
Hi, yes, good afternoon. I guess my initial reaction when you're talking about the relationship of these plans, I can envision that there may be changes to the forest action plan based on what the vision for the 30-year forest health looks like. It may be that as the vision is more fleshed out, that some of the actions may change. I don't know what that looks like right now because we don't know what the vision is, but I think they complement one another. And I think depending on what the vision for the forest ends up looking like, forest health, there could be changes.
Thank you. Yeah, absolutely. I think, is that like a 5-year thing? Director McCombs, right? So.
Forest action plan?
Yeah, so
It's on
timing
a
wise.
5-year horizon, yeah. It doesn't always get completely revamped. Sometimes like this one will be more of an update because the themes and the, you know, the practices and actions called for are still very relevant.
So there may be some guidance out of this to say, as you're going through that, how does that vision of where we want to be? Our targets this next 5 years, right? And to me, what that says right there is maybe we can check the box on the forest action plan components of, okay, we've got goals and short-term strategies. We need some refinement here. These are the things we need to continue towards the vision when the next forest action plan is done. And we need to make sure that we call out in any kind of deliverable I provide to you that the forest action plan is going to outline our strategies for resilient forests, whatever the 4 or 5 things are, that it's got components of that. Okay. Who else wants to weigh in on I know I'm between you guys and lunch, but I have a few more minutes here, I think. Katie.
A couple other plans to maybe add. I wrote down the Colorado Outdoor Strategy, the Prescribed Fire Strategic Plan that we were talking about earlier, and then I think I don't know if maybe Matt or Dan can talk more on this, but there's like the DFPC, State Forest Service, DNR, like coordination happening. There was a report on that earlier this year, so I don't know if something more is coming of that. Yeah, and then I guess like just kind of broadly, I don't know what the relationship would be. I feel like I see this maybe as more of having a target audience of like the state legislature, since that's kind of who our main audience is, to where like the different agencies and different people could kind of work their individual plans and stuff into this overarching vision and say like, here's how we're contributing to making Colorado more like what we want it to be in the future. So trying not to get overly specific, but all the plans be working toward the same vision. I don't know, that's not very articulate.
Trying to get out here. Built on audiences with you just a little bit. So the legislatures and audience, and I agree, I actually think the audiences would probably end up being fairly similar to what yours are in a way for the forest tracker that you shared with us, with maybe a little bit bigger component too of like who are the implementing stakeholders. And then, yeah, here's what our measurables are. And I want to make sure I capture that right. I'm not going to remember the name of the report right now, though I should, but were you talking about the report where the agencies had a consultant look at like what's the state of the mitigation stuff right now? Or is this something different?
It was more the state of how their missions and actions correlate. That's maybe a better way to.
That's right. Okay, so somebody might have to send me that. I can share that with you.
I'll rattle off a couple other plans too. The state strategic plan for natural and working lands. It's another one. And then also, the climate preparedness roadmap as a tie-in as well.
And do you want to say anything more about what you think those tie-ins are? And I'll go back to the others of you to think about that too.
Well, there's just, work and recommendations being done in the landscape, so anything that deals with our work on the landscape has an impact on the plans that are already in place and.
I was gonna add the work that, Director Gibbs and Mr. Morgan all did and that the National Biden, Commission. There was 143 recommendations that you all put a lot of tremendous work on and really a lot of subject matter expertise on that. And I think it was Mr. Morgan mentioned that a lot of these are already happening in Colorado, that it'd be nice to maybe look at those and spell those out that maybe would, but also I think it ended being that embedded into our plan vision would also help our federal partners see that we're trying to also overlap or implement those strategies, I guess, maybe. So I think that might be important to have. And I'll have to argue with the audience thing. Not argue. I think, yes, we have a legislature, but we also have, the governor's office and agencies. But all along, we are responsible to our taxpayers and the public who are, using these landscapes. And so if they can't have access or understand, kind of what this is and how this is going, then I think that it doesn't feel transparent to our communities. And I think about some of our at-risk landscapes up in the northwest corner of our county, and those neighborhoods are doing a lot of this community welfare protection plans and this welfare partner program, and they're really engaged in helping spread and educate others. And so that's helping us get the word out and help educate folks. And so if they can't understand that there's a strategy, statewide strategy that we're all trying to follow, and I've been certainly sharing about the Forest Health Council and the work between Fire Commission, I think that we miss a chance to educate and engage and earn the confidence of the public who some of these plans, especially when it comes to prescribed fire strategy, they need to have a chance for us to build that trust, public trust and confidence that what we're doing is planned and strategic and data driven. And so I still feel like we need to think about our public who fund a lot of these things important. And I think we should never forget that. Because anytime we start to not have, documents that are kind of guiding policy accessible and available to our public, I think we lose a chance to build that public trust. And I think that's really a precious thing to protect and nurture.
Just might try to sum that up and state that back a little bit, that maybe one of the aspects of what this vision needs to do is it needs to be accessible to members of the public and to residents for them to be able to find their role, see their role in it as well. Is that fair to say when we're thinking about it?
And also to show there's a plan and it's informed and data driven and we're not just being reactive, which we will have to be in welfare, but we're proactive. And it's not just every year, okay, what can we get to this year? We actually have a plan, because as Director McCombs is always so great at talking about, is we're at this crossroads and this cusp of the legacy change for forest management and how our public lands are managed. And I think that's a chance to also bring that public momentum and trust to help us make that change and go forward. And so if they can understand why it's okay, would we add certain areas of prescribed fire and some of these different restoration things, it's because a lot of people still going to react to seeing trees cut down, right? And so how do we show that this is part of a greater vision and plan to what a healthy forest looks like and going forward? And I think that's important for me to see that we're thinking about those folks who it's for the public benefit, all of this, right? And so how do we share that with them and how important it is?
That's great. And I think that gets us going and thinking about the engagement strategies as well. Got a couple folks online who've been very patient. Ethan, you want to chime in?
I wanted to bring up the carbon accounting framework, which again, that's more of a data source than a strategic thing, but it's one of those things that over time, especially over the next 30 years, will begin to give us the ability to sort of assess some high level, course level looks at statewide carbon, just on the forest side of things. So that uses FIA data to basically calculate stocks for different pools and see how that's changed between FIA and remeasurement periods. And then something we're starting to develop, the carbon co-benefits framework, which is more of a strategic sort of action-oriented document that sort of promotes forest management actions that also have a benefit to forest carbon. So that's something we're working on with the Rocky Mountain Research Station and some bipartisan infrastructure law funding that some researchers there have got. So those, I think, both relate to this 30-year strategic vision and the ability to both start to assess over time. Granted, it's going to be longer times, FIA's remeasurement cycle is a 10-year period. And then when that data becomes available, pushes that out to like 12 to 13 years. But the carbon co-benefits framework is something that definitely will help inform this plan as we sort of start to think about climate change or continue our thinking on climate change and what that means for our forests and how we manage them. So.
Okay, and that the second one I want to make sure is the carbon co-benefits framework, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Put them in the chat. Good. Thank you for that. Thank you. And then Julie, did you have something?
Yeah, when I was thinking about audience, I guess I was thinking a little bit along the lines of what Commissioner Shattuck McNally said, but then maybe just taking that one step further in the sense that, I mean, I see it publicly as a guiding source to the public at large, right? Businesses, industry, and maybe even those who are not in the state. When people are considering our state for, do I want to move my business up to, Eagle County, Summit County, wherever, or anywhere within the state, right? I mean, understanding what we as a state are doing for our forest health, how that ties into the critical natural resources we have and the safety of being here. I think that's all really important to a much larger audience, and I think it serves as a great tool to inform that and to show how all of these other plans that you're listing, how are they working together to accomplish something pretty big.
Okay, this is why we're gonna send this out as well electronically, because you all are gonna say it better than I'm gonna capture it here, but I want some initial input and to start looking at these plans. And so I will share my info with you in just a second too, and make sure that everybody is able to reach out if they mention something that I need a link to, right, that I can't find. So we'll get that in the notes out to you. Go ahead,
I'll
Brandon.
just add, I really appreciate what Julie said at the beginning, where rather than trying to fit in with all these different plans, I think it's an opportunity to set a guiding star that then the plans can adapt to over time. So it's important to learn what we can take some things from each of the vision statements of all these other plans, but to try and wordsmith and like capture all that can be a lot.
And a lot of them don't have that, the visual
Yeah.
piece, they have the goals.
And I think the National Fire Mitigation Management Commission, and then something else you brought up that's not on your list yet is the National Fire Police Strategy. I think the vision for that and some of these national directives would be great to incorporate into our vision.
I know we're about ready to head to lunch, but I do have a comment, and it's really touching on something that Director McCombs stated that I completely agree with. I think our overarching vision needs to be absolutely focused on implementation. And the danger is, I think, overestimating the amount that any legislator reads any of these plans. And I know Dan has been there and done that for many years. The plans and the processes are deeply important, and I think it's part of the transparency and accountability we owe our citizens. There has to be a process. But we can't let perfect be the enemy of the good. So if we are not focusing at the top on efficient implementation of evidence-based strategies, we're missing the mark.
Yeah, so I, copy, you said it better than I could, I'm just gonna go with that. We've got a couple more things to get through here. I was told we're good to go till noon, but I'll try not to hold you all the way until that. Any last thoughts on plans to incorporate before I move on from there? This is not your last chance.
I guess I would just add, maybe building on what Wade said. I think we have to be careful about how much taxpayers read also. So I'm gonna be an advocate for simplicity.
Well, I think, yeah, it will be hard to dial it down to a couple of sentences probably, but that's part of what I will try to figure out when we get there. And I also think I would like you guys to sit with the idea of the illustrated vision, because to me, that's part of what makes it more accessible to a lot of people when you can see that picture of what we're going for and then say, well, where are we at right now? What does that mean? Do we even have information to track and to know if we're getting there or not? That how are we going to do that? And then I think we will see, as you guys say, this is where I want to be, that a lot of those strategies and plans that exist feed towards that vision in a way. And then we might see some gaps. We might see some pieces where as a state, who's really working on this? Or have we set any, goals around this?
So I need a little clarification from you. I think maybe I got lost somewhere along the way. So we've got all these plans that we've listed and the relationship. And are we trying to come up with a vision that fills in the gaps that those plans are missing? Or help me out with, I don't want to go read all those.
Yeah, no, I don't.
To make an educated statement.
I hope that that's not in my contract either, but the hope was to just get out on the table from you all that like, these are the things that already we think are doing a part of this. Not necessarily to the vision. I'm starting to also pull pieces for the goals and recommendations for action. The vision, I want you to think overall forest health in the state of Colorado, of our forests. And I think that we do, I had to look back at this and see what was kind of under the Forest Health Council purview. And I think that it is explicit to forests and that we don't need to get into grasslands. And I'm not sure where like sagebrush and shrubland fits within all of that because, no landscape stays the same thing forever. So that makes it real fun, right? The point of getting to some of these related plans is not to pull the vision and craft vision stuff out of it. It's more so that we can make sure whatever we come up with goals and recommendations for action are gonna talk with other things we already have out there. And that we're informing the things that we want to in the future. And my guess is when we start looking at these, you guys are gonna find that there's a lot of overlapping strategies and plans there already that maybe nobody has done a whole lot to figure out how they overlap or not, so. We'll see how far we get through that process. I would like your all input on if there is like a goals document that you really find valuable, that you appreciate, that when we find those gaps, we can fill in here. I'd like to know what formats would be helpful to you all. And the few points that I think we need to have out of that are that any goals that we set, annual or 3 to 5 year, and we need to determine time frame, should be SMART goals. They should be functional. So if we say we need to burn so many acres, that would be in the prescribed fire strategy probably instead. But if that was, for instance, a goal of what needed to happen in our forests, then we would need a way to track that, right? And it's not very functional if we don't have systems in place for that. So then maybe we need to dial it back and be like, oh, we need to get the systems in place. That's our short-term thing, right? And then we have the directive to have annual and multi-year. So part of that is how we lay out the process for you all to relook at this and to have a process in place. And I think that's probably gonna be the biggest thing that I can provide you is kind of a way for how can you guys look at this on an annual and maybe in more depth every few year kind of a process to update these. So I know this is a lot, like you don't usually dive into strategic planning after you know, in the middle of the week after all of the other things that you guys are doing, maybe you do. It's better than a, you know, dinner session, I guess. Any thoughts on a format that you guys would like to have goals and recommendations for actions delivered? Something that's worked well for you in the past. So think, you know, look, forest action plan. Almost reads like a slideshow when you get into it with a few things. We've got spreadsheet kinds of versions that are this plan, here's the actors, here's what a low, high, medium priority. And just anything that comes to mind for you for what we need, for what you want to get out of it.
So, one question would be, are you in the Forest Service right now, we're trying to get past output-based metrics and into outcome-based metrics. I'm assuming for this, you'd be more interested in outcome-based metrics.
The trick is to get to the measurable part. Sometimes there have to be outcomes associated,
Yeah, right, with your outputs, yeah.
right?
I mean, one of the things to me that stands out is if, I'll just give a rudimentary example, but if you're talking about how many acres, like in 30 years, if you want to treat 500,000 acres a year, that's a pretty easy thing to track, and it's in line with goals of individual organizations, and so essentially your goals would tier towards those of you know, agencies and organizations that are working towards it, so that's positive. The outcome thing is going to be a little harder unless there's clearly a way to track how those outcomes feed out, their outputs feed outcomes. And we're working on that as an agency right now. Our Rocky Mountain Research Station is doing it for us. But I was talking to Brett about this the other day. I worry about it being too complicated. And that's the smart piece that I know you're. So I think we have to be careful not to make those things too complicated. And to your point earlier, the general public has to understand what we're doing. If you say, you know, sequester X amount of carbon or whatever, they're not going to go for that. You have to pick things that are going to be that resonate with the masses.
Yeah, just to build on that, like, so we're in the process of trying to embrace an outcome-based work planning framework ourselves to sort of transition away from like, we did this many acres in this place. It's like, all right, good for you. To what end? And so it's really about what does it look like when it's done? And what are indicators that you're moving towards that? What does it look like when it's done? And then like the work, what we're calling deliverables are the annual deliverables that show you're moving towards those indicators that are indicative that you're actually moving towards this future that you just find for yourselves. And so I guess what I encourage this group to consider is a big part of this is like, what does it look like after 3 decades of work? What looks different? What feels different? What is different? And what do we want to be different? And then what's cool about framing it in those regards is that that's an outcome, a long-term decadal outcome that you can then start backing down into, well, what are specific achievable planning or implementation that will feed into a clear, decisive, and descriptive condition that you can just that connects to like that larger picture. And that it can also, our goal, our hope is that it'll help us prioritize. And you know, we're a very opportunistic, reactive organization that's trying that, but also realizes that like the prioritization and the forest action plan, the prioritization of wildfire crisis strategy, you know, the prioritizations that are going on under forest plan revision across the forest, they're all the same, you know, and so we should probably start focusing there, but that is an inherent and explicit trade-off. And that's really hard because folks are like, what about us? And you're like, we're going to limited capacity, limited resources. We're going to focus here till it's done. That outcome has been achieved, or at least it's on a path to achievement in time. So I would just really be encouraging of the group to be thoughtful about what does it look like after 30 years of planning and implementation. Really get descriptive and to the extent that you can, at least in the discussion, and then in the vision itself, you capture what that to the extent that you could keep it in a workable amount of words and format. And I, you know, I am a little sort of curious about an actual graphic version of that. When you asked me that question earlier, it's like, yeah, my vision is that we fundamentally change the nature of everything. And then we fundamentally change the way people see themselves in relation to their woods. And that the thirdly, like we usher in a renaissance in forestry in Colorado that's ecosystem driven. And community embraced. And that, like, that's what I'm trying to achieve. Like, and I can see in my own head what that looks like in certain ways. And that's obviously expressed in the way that I'm leading the agency, but I think that's what this group needs to say. It's like, what does it look like when it's done? When we've all put in all this money, this time, this effort, this collaborative engagement, this monitoring, this reporting, this adapting, like, what did we achieve? Because we took these articulated steps in that direction. So that's my encouragement to the group, is that be really thoughtful about drawing a picture in your head, a vision, as someone might call it.
Yeah.
I like that. That's a really good start. And just on top of that, like, how do you get from point A to point B with everything you described? And I think of, like, you know, sustainable funding. And I've worked at the federal, state, and local level, and everyone has like really proud entities that they're working so hard, but breaking down those silos too, to figure out, like, you know, just going back to the map, or, you know, who owns that? Is that county open space? Is that private land? Like, having this vision of all lands approach of respecting the different ownership boundaries of tribal, private, federal, county, and so forth lands, but my vision is kind of like, let's break down these barriers and figure out how we make people safer and make our communities more resilient, and looking through a lens of protecting water and our critical infrastructure and also important stuff.
Yeah, but I love what
saving lives along the way.
But that's the trade-off, and that's what I love, is that, like, in this state, I mean, the way I think about it, you know, the Front Range is where the majority of the values of risk exist, and many of them are intermingled with very combustible, you know, landscapes. And so we know we have to focus there. And then we also know, like with our experience yesterday, that water and water generation, and essentially on the supply side, is the core asset we have to protect as well. There's a state and local interest, but there's a national interest associated with that, acknowledging how many people are dependent on our water. And so if you're going to focus on those two areas with limited capacity, that means that you're going to not focus in places that are also susceptible. So then you have to invest, in my mind, in a readiness to recover. So people are like, well, what about us? You're like, well, we're investing in a readiness to recover. Like, that's crazy, you know, like, but at the same, you know, but at the same time, no parcel left behind, no community left behind. We want to give the tools, but at the same time, as a state with four corners, we have to, and if it's over 30 years, acknowledging that the work I'm describing is like a 50 to 100 year. It took us 125 years of forest stewardship with one mindset to achieve the landscapes that we're dealing with now. So then you exacerbate that with climate change, it likely will take 20 to 50 years of sustained intensive engagement with the landscape to get to resilience in the area of climate change, and then the rapidly growing populations we have in the state. So again, I'm riffing a little and taking your time, I apologize, but I just want folks to think about, like, what are we really doing here?
Yeah.
And what does it look like when it's done? What do we start? What do we sustain? And then what can we, you know, we'll be dead theoretically, at least I'll be dead. I, you know, probably have way too many margaritas that are working against me, but like at the same time, is like in 50 years, I don't plan on sleeping around, but I do hope that the work that we've initiated is sustainable because it's achievable and it's guided by this early leadership that we're trying to provide. And that's the game, like, that we're in, at least from my perspective. And that's, I think of it simplistically, because there's an enormous amount of, like, breaking it down, but we have the right assets. And I think there's the right motivation in the state. We were having a conversation over break, like there's absolutely that right motivation in counties. Like, they're feeling the heat, they're feeling that anxiety on a daily basis, and they want to see action sort of come out of that. So
Yeah, on that conversation, I think simply milestone timelines. The worst thing that I do as a CEO of a large organization that has $1 billion in revenue is to tell my staff a bunch of what's, here are things I want to accomplish, and not give a deadline. And not everything, and I agree, a lot of this stuff is long-term, but not everything takes 30 years. Just because it's a 30-year vision doesn't mean we're gonna have an implementation strategy that's 30 years long. So I think there are a lot of great ideas that we've all talked about that we need to have milestones, mile markers, to let us know that we have accomplished.
Yeah, those are those indicators that you're moving in that long-term direction. And then you commit. That's the other thing, you have to stay on the case, you know, as a Fed for all those years, we got pulled so many different directions, it was hard to deliver. And you always got to like 70%, and then somebody left, or the money went away, or and you're just like, "Gah!" You know, and so I want to try to get us to the point where we also stay committed where we're committed until the work is done. And again, there's political trade-offs, social trade-offs, economic trade-offs associated with that, but you're gonna have to embrace it, and at the same time, mega fire presenting every few years in a very impactful way. And just so that when folks ask us, right, I talk about this fall, the eye of Sauron will be upon us soon, potentially, if we have another 2020 like session. And they're gonna say, what did you do? What have you done since 2020? How is this happening still? I thought, you know, and it's like, no, this is our new normal. So how do we get to the third principle of the cohesive strategy, which is to live with wildland fire? We have to fundamentally change the nature of our systems.
Becca, you have what you need?
You know, I think,
Yeah.
yes, I'll do that, and I do. Thanks for that input on getting everybody to really think vision wise. And with that, I would also ask that if you come across something that is like just a really helpful, you know, setting the milestones tool, or you like the way that that looks, and it doesn't matter if it has to do with some other business enterprise, nothing to do with forest health, whatever. There's something that you like the way that looks and you like the way that's delivered. Please share it with me. Give me some ideas on, hey, I like the way that this is laid out, or this is a helpful way for me to think about it beyond the, you know, what's your big picture vision? And then save the date for the morning of October 16th. I think Courtney will get that out and be looking for a survey from me probably sometime in next month, the good, you know, few weeks ahead of that October 16th meeting anyways. I don't want it sitting out there so long that you guys forget to do it. So, yeah, thank you all for having me here today. I'll leave a few cards for folks who don't have my contact already, and figure out getting my info in the chat here. So thank you. Thanks for
Well,
your
thank
time.
you.
Thank you.
Thanks so much. That was great. Looking forward to working with you during this process. And we're gonna have lunch right now, and I was gonna say 12:30. That may be too short. Let's do 12:35 to come back, and we'll first start with the leveraging resources. Katie, I think you'll kick that off, and then we'll have Jody after that. I think you wanted to switch the order for that. Is that right?
I didn't want to flip the order, but whoever, I think.
Oh, that was my request.
Okay, okay.
Sorry, is that okay with you?
I just have to be back in Loveland at 5 o'clock, so, and I just trying to monitor, since it was, so for me, it's just tight, so, yeah.
Okay.
I have.
Do you have a time issue too, Katie?
We were gonna have Laura speak, and she had a time restraint, but if I need to take it over, I can. She just is a little more in depth in the process, so maybe we can just talk over lunch.
Okay, yeah, I suddenly keep showing me here and adding a whole hour, 10 minutes to my travel time.
Okay.
I'm leaving now. I'll be on I've got to be elsewhere.
Yeah.
So, but I'll be.
Okay, that sounds good. Well, thanks, everyone. Well, can we come back at 12:30 or 12:35? What do you all think?
12:30.
12:30? Okay, we'll do that quick. Lunch is over there. I don't know if you remember like what you ordered. Okay, we are back and folks are coming back into the room here. And we're gonna start up with Commissioner Jody Shack McNally on the legislative committee. So Jody, whenever you're ready.
Great.
The floor is yours. And actually, before you jump in, just so everyone's aware, a few minutes before 1, I have another commitment quick, and then Matt McCombs will take over to chair, and I'll try to get back as quickly as possible, but I'll be gone for a little bit. So Jody, the floor is yours.
Great, thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate everyone's attention, and I want to thank everyone on our legislative committee. We meet every 2 weeks, and we put a lot of work into our recommendations, and just want to thank everyone's work and attendance, because we have a great group, and I feel like we have some great conversations, so I appreciate you all. We wanted to just kind of update and hopefully get some action on putting some more detail to one of the recommendations. As you remember, we put in 4 recommendations. One of those was the community navigator. If legislation, if it had not passed, it did pass. And so so now we're down to 3. We did present to the Wildfire Matters Review Committee. It was well received, and certainly there was some curiosity about this particular recommendation. So which is on your list, the 3rd recommendation, which is the Forestry Career Pathways Awareness for Students and expand forestry career pathway awareness in middle schools and high schools. And we're really excited about this because we see that this is an opportunity to get more boots on the ground but just kind of have that career pathway awareness and pipeline for the folks that we need to accomplish this work that Director McCombs also just eloquently stated about the importance, and we need to have this next generation of land stewardship and firefighters, et cetera. So as we were talking about that, and does that look like a new program? Is that something that we need to bring in a different organization? Do we need to start from scratch? And I was kind of thinking about it. I thought about kind of epiphany. We're just thinking it, and I would just brought this up that we already have an infrastructure and statewide network through CSU Extension Office and 4-H programs. I mean, there are these relationships built there, and also just the infrastructure and the folks who are there. So I reached out to the Front Range Regional Director, I think that's her title, with CSU Extension, and I just kind of asked, I said, hey, what do you think about this? Is this even possible? And they actually were pretty excited because they were actually kind of already working on something similar and talking with the Warner College and with CSU, Colorado State Forest Service. So we brought Carrie Rowlands, who used to work for my county, so full disclosure there, she got kind of taken away and elevated through Extension, which is great. And she also has a very strong connection. She used to be our natural resources director, just to give a little background. So this is an area of passion for her as well. So she has it presented to us in the legislative committee and kind of brought an initial proposal. And we talked about it and shared some of the thoughts and concerns. And so I wanted to share that with you now. And as you know, we had this said to you beforehand, but we want to share this and have you vote on it either way and see if we can have this added for more detail for that recommendation number 3. So we're calling this the Forest Health Youth and Young Adult Education Initiative. And again, this represents, I guess, her Front Range Regional Director. And this has been vetted through their CSU channels. And I believe she also has conversations with Director McCombs too. So overview is just, and I'm just going to read off this, but just talk about this kind of at a high level and then have discussion. And because we'd like to make this kind of the details to the 3rd recommendation. So overall, as you know, CSU Extension serves all 64 counties with non-credit programming for audiences from youth to older adults. And this addresses the identified need by the Colorado Forest Health Council to reach youth and young adults audiences with education and career skills and provide workforce exposure and opportunities. Specifically, we want to catalyze and grow youth engagement through career opportunities in the area of forestry, wildland, fire, and natural resources in select counties within 2 targeted Colorado regions, the Front Range and the Mountain. Because the 64 counties is a lot to just start off with, we want to be targeted. So we thought we envisioned this project to take over a 3-year period starting in July of 2025, ending in June of 2028, with a primary focus on 5 Front Range counties along the mountain backdrop area and 5 mountain counties. So CSU has already kind of, like I said, kind of been already looking at this as an outreach arm of Colorado State University. It really exists as 7-8 research-based education and information across Colorado with a wide number of topic areas, including natural resources. So this is really where kind of learning meets community, and the state's largest and only, I think, land grant based university They have existing neighborhood networks across Colorado with local governments, school districts, and community colleges, and other numerous stakeholders, not only here in Colorado, but around the nation and the world. And so there's these 3 programs, or for example, the youth audiences, it's really kind of their focus on positive youth development, but through 4-H would be an opportunity to do some STEM programming and also reach down to youth as maybe as young as elementary school to introduce them to this. And also kind of the work experience through their extension internship program, which they were looking to expand. And these are all these things that that you hopefully have read before you came today. But there are they wanted to share that they had over 130 students, student internships developed, but they could only fund 71. But I believe they had over 600 students that was, I think, apply for those internships. So the need and the interest is there. And so here's the project goals. I mean, go back and read all that. I'm not going to read off the page. Hopefully you had a chance to look at this. So there are 3 project goals: make accessible education and workforce readiness, increase awareness and interest in natural resources for youth 8 to 18, and provide college access and workforce readiness support across the spectrum opportunity for youth and young adults from 17 years up. So here's some metrics to measure. We talked about with this visioning and stuff, we want to show that this is working and that it's that the money invested has been had good outcomes. And so so we're looking at increasing that program in natural resource programming at least by 50% across age groups of 8 to 18 and that specific age range, and developed, piloted, and evaluated the success at creating a career spectrum of opportunity from youth to high school into natural resource workforce via options that include career awareness, scholarships for workforce certifications, paid internships, and discounted summer course college credit, and increased awareness options for community college or for your forestry or natural resources degree to promote them at high school events and targeted communities, increased paid internships with housing and travel stipends in the field of natural resources by 50%, and increased, sorry, I lost my page here. Where am I now? Increase partnerships with school districts, community colleges, Colorado State Forest Service, and conservation districts, as well as other public and private entities to facilitate education, career readiness, and workforce entry. And so that cost, it would be about 1.9 million for labor and travel and some, I'm not going to go the exact date. Also, the implementation that has come up a lot recently in our conversation today about it's really important about implementing. So it increased the 4-H natural resource program and included career exploration component, create opportunities for 4-H senior youth and natural resources, projects to earn college credit at the Warner College of Resources at about 1/6 of the cost for a typical 3-year course. Also, I want to add, I think these also could be added for some of those high school youth as competency and high school credit for graduating. I think that also is an opportunity to apply it for graduation for those youth as well. And then increased development of much needed workforce skills, increased focus on workforce certifications and industry partnerships with individual communities to expand workforce skills for high school youth, high school age youth and young adults through partnerships with community colleges, and the development and promotion of certifications like wildfire, chainsaw, red card, and et cetera, and provide financial incentives to reduce barriers to obtaining these critical base field skills. And so another point is, and something that 4-H and I think CSU Extension was looking at, was emphasizing these opportunities for underrepresented ethnic populations in the field of natural resources, possibly through internships or certifications that would provide work experience and skills. For example, the extension internship could expand to include youth at CSU Pueblo, who is a member of the Hispanic Association of Colleges and Universities, and budget provides for marketing translation as needed across the project. And then create more forestry and natural resource-based extension internships with partners, develop career and workforce experience through field-based internships, funding opportunities for partners such as Colorado State Forest Service, conservation districts, and so on. So, and support college access for those who want to continue on through kind of what we did with the our first Senate Bill 5 with the recommendation to expand those. And then increase targeted scholarship support towards career development and workforce skills. And again, those are the metrics there. And that program looks like cost about $218,000 to implement. And then the third initiative, and I won't go through all, you can look at all those metrics. Again, I hope that you had looked at this before the meeting. Initiative infrastructure. So you can't increase and expand access and implement this without having infrastructure and support through staff capacity. So metrics after 3 years effective program management evaluation and long-term sustainability recommendations, and report annual progress and reports on final metrics, impacts, and stories. And that would probably take, a principal investigator and evaluation specialist to design data feedback for field staff to report activities and collect data from participants and pull out necessary data from 4-H Online, and then analyze and interpret data and create reports for the Forest Health Council. So all in all, that is a little over 2 million, as you can probably add the math. And there's also kind of the budget narrative on the other for the PI and the other administrative professionals. And so this is something that, as you can look on the budget narrative, it actually goes down into the direct costs and indirect costs. And right now we're hoping that the indirect costs from CSU will be hopefully negotiated down. There's a good chance it will be because that is kind of their standard number, but I know we've been having conversations about doing that. And so really the total project cost is about almost $2.7 million. And yeah, we're very excited about this. The legislative committee has been having a lot of conversations, and a lot of folks have been pretty excited about this kind of new detailed and yeah, I think it's something we hope that you might feel this is something we could add to that recommendation and send back to the Wildfire Matters Review Committee for them to consider. Because sometimes with those general ones, they might look at and not know where to go. Like, what does that mean to start a youth-based program? And here we have it all spelled out through an existing infrastructure over a 3-year period, and with a very reputable and well-established organizations and infrastructure. So with that, any questions that you have, and would hope that you might support for us to officially adopt this to that recommendation. Anything I missed?
No. Got it. All right, we have any questions? Did everyone have a chance to, or anyone else have a chance to sort of review this in advance? It's a pretty comprehensive proposal that Extension's put together. And they're very enthusiastic about Extension.
And then many were interested in asking more details. I said, okay, give me more details so the full Forest Health Council either approves or disapproves. So
I think it sounds great. Yeah, I don't have much to add. I think my only thing, I'm 100% for more training for forest management and the actual people who live doing the work. I think there's also a real big opportunity for sort of science, youth core and sort of science and monitoring to be a component, much smaller component of that, right? And so I've had previous conversations with like Colorado Youth Corps and other people about like, maybe you have one corps that goes around and does monitoring on all your sites and they learn science and monitoring things. Because that's another part of training the pipeline of people that are doing this work.
and I 100% agree with you on that. That's actually, we're doing a pilot program right now in Glamour County with Loveland Fire Rescue Authority and CSU, Colorado State Forest Service and CSU, where we pay, the commissioners paid for the intern's salary for the summer, the internship, and they're actually doing just what you said. They're out doing GIS mapping and doing the science and doing the strategy. And then they're also going out and learning about the chainsaw management. So it made the front page of the Loveland paper. You want to Google that, check it out. A little more details there, but that's kind of what I was thinking about, is just this opportunity. So if there's someone who's not really, who maybe understands why doing chainsaw work and fuel reduction work, but really like kind of more of that GIS science thing about help strategy and helping for the implementation. I think there's pathways for all of that through this program, and at least an off-ramp, on-ramp for if they want to go further, or this is where I like and I want to take off and focus here, so.
Great.
Would you agree?
Agreed, yeah, I think the curriculum is super flexible and they're constantly, 4-H in particular is constantly evolving their curriculum to meet sort of what the emerging needs are. As I was looking up at the screen here, I just want to acknowledge that Representative Lynch has joined us. Thank you for joining us, sir. And I think Commissioner Church as well. Thank you for joining. Any other comments or questions on this update to the sort of workforce focused, developmental focused work that the Ledge Committee is doing? All right, did you have any other updates or was there an action?
I'm hoping we would vote to approve to make this detailed proposal the recommendation, since the other recommendation is very general that we presented to the Wildfire Review Matters Committee. If we could vote to adopt this narrative in those two documents as our formal third recommendation, and send that back to the interim committee so they have that updated information, because I know they're curious about what were the details.
Sure. We probably need a motion for that, but was there any concerns or any follow-up questions before a motion is offered to adopt? This is the formal proposal and workforce development proposal for the Ledge Committee. Hearing no additional discussion, you're welcome to make a motion.
I would like to make a motion to adopt this Youth Force Health, Youth and Young Adult Initiative, Education Initiative, as with the details in the budget narrative and the proposal presented in the packet today as our third recommendation to the Welfare General Assembly and the Governor's Office.
Motion and a second.
I'd second.
Any further discussion? Do I need to call the roll?
Just take.
Okay, so all those in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed or any abstention? All right, hearing none, the motion carries, and so the notes will reflect that this formal proposal will be submitted to the Wildfire Matters Review Interim Committee with a note from this council that this is the updated information, and this is what would them to consider as they look to advance policy around this specific issue. Thank you.
And then just on top of that, we're already, as a legislative committee, discussing and planning our timeline, which we moved back a little bit, even more than we have in the first year, about a month. And we're already having some meetings and conversations, but we've been spending a lot of time meeting on this and talking about the specific details. And just for you all, I talked with Courtney, and considering we have this meeting today, and we also have a legislative committee on Friday, I thought, once again, we just maybe go ahead and cancel, and then we have a very robust meeting in 2 weeks from this Friday. So we'll send that email out, but just wanted, and we just thought maybe it's not good use of time to have 2 meetings, and we can get ready for our next meeting. So anyway, thank you all. We're pretty excited about this. We think it has a lot of potential. Thank you.
Anything else from the legislative committee update?
No, I don't think that's all, unless.
Thanks for leading us. Doing a
Yeah,
great
thanks
job.
for your continued stewardship, acknowledging all the other things that you were stewarding in your role of commissioner. Really appreciate it. All right, with that, we will move to the Committee on Leveraging Resources update.
All right, I will start this one and then I'm gonna quickly pass it on to Laura Hickey, who is online. So I'm the new chair of the Leveraging Resources Committee. Congrats to Christina Burry on her new job as Deputy State Forester. I know that everyone's very excited about that for her. So I am filling big shoes as the Leveraging Resources Committee chair. mainly, we've done a lot of presentations with Brett on the forest tracker, which I won't get into at all because we did that in depth earlier. And I want to give Laura as much time as possible to talk about the Colorado Forest Resilience Planning Guide. This is the fourth, I think, recommendation that James was talking about earlier, so we can give you kind of a update on that. Laura, if you can get through as much as you can, and then if Brett and I need to fill in, we are happy to do that. So I'll pass it over to Laura.
Thanks, Katie. Can everybody hear me okay? Just my first time coming off mute today. Awesome. Thank you. I am Laura Hickey. I work with an organization called CDR Associates, and I've been brought on by the Leveraging Resources Committee to help develop this forest resilience planning guide for Colorado. We've been working together with kind of a smaller subset of the Leveraging Resources Committee since May, and the guide, as a reminder, the scope of this guide is to support planning and coordinating forest resilience management across single to multiple adjacent counties or tribal nations in Colorado. So from that scope, we determined an audience of local agencies, large landowners, and place-based collaboratives to kind of pick up this guide once it's developed and use it to help them with their forest resilience planning at a larger scale than they might be working at currently. Additionally, we see a secondary audience being the council, the legislature, and helping you all understand how work on the ground is leveraging resources to enhance forest resilience. As far as development, like I mentioned, we kind of began convening with this smaller subgroup of the committee in May. We launched an outreach phase in June that reached approximately 40 unique organizations across Colorado. We had kind of three parts to this outreach phase: focus groups, a survey, and a handful of individual meetings. And we did all of this outreach to that primary audience for the guide. So landscape management practitioners, we were able to engage folks from municipalities, counties, state agencies, federal agencies, tribes, place-based collaboratives, nonprofits, and industry professionals. So really got a lot of feedback on a draft framework for this guide to make sure that it's working for the intended audience. Through July and August is our drafting and development phase, and we'll complete a draft in September for council review. So be on the lookout for that. That's when you are looped in for a review phase in September, and we anticipate a final draft in October. Our big kind of progress on the guide development stemming from the outreach phase is we have decided to move forward with the collaborative stages of readiness as the framework for forest resilience planning in this guide. So as I mentioned during outreach, we presented a draft framework. It included 3 stages that were really close to those that are kind of outlined in the collaborative stages of readiness. And we heard that folks really resonated with this framework, and that relates to how they plan on the ground, and it would be useful for them to kind of have steps within and guidelines and worksheets within these stages specific to forest resilience planning to help them. So additionally, this framework, the collaborative stages of readiness has growing familiarity among the audience. So in surveys and in both focus groups, this framework was brought up by participants. So, and we've been informed that CoSWAP will also be kind of utilizing this collaborative stages of readiness framework in their monitoring work. So really going with what people are already familiar with, not trying to reinvent the wheel here. And so I'm really excited to move forward and work closely with CFRI to take those collaborative stages of readiness and develop a guide with information and worksheets and steps specific to collaborative forest health and wildfire planning under kind of this umbrella of resilience. I think that's kind of my rapid fire update. any questions? I can hang out for a few more minutes. Any questions from the council or Ethan?
Yeah, thanks. Thanks for that. So, with the framework that so this document's not really going to get down into the weeds in terms of nitty-gritty with proactive management strategies in terms of, you know, how treatments are actually carried out on the ground and monitoring that effectiveness. It's more for building cohesion amongst local groups to recover. I'm just trying to figure out where the idea of resilience comes in. Is it, you know, are we defining it on a social scientist level, or are we defining it on more of the ecological level? Because that would help clear up some confusion on my end.
Absolutely. And I'll say anybody on the development committee, feel free to chime in here. We heard from the outreach participants that they want room to define forest resilience from both a social and an ecological aspect. And so what we're proposing is in this guide, walking communities through how to define forest resilience themselves. So the guide will really work as support for facilitation of collaborative forest resilience planning processes. And we're hopeful that they will be able to get to the nitty-gritty strategies describing what they want to do at this scale of a county-wide or multiple adjacent county kind of scale, but not, it's a little higher level, I think, than kind of your initial description. Does anybody from Katie or Courtney or Brett, do you have anything to add? I'm not sure if Christina's on the call today.
Yeah, I think it's a little higher, Ethan. I think the main objective is here are the ingredients that people have found are successful for creating forest resilience, right? And identifying then what are those ingredients and what are the resources that are needed to make those happen, whether that's financial or social capital or people capacity or jurisdictional authority to do things. And so I think it's just connecting what are the resources, what is a good forest, you know, how do people achieve forest resilience? And then pointing people to other existing tools, you know, like the Fire Adapted Communities framework is already out there. We're not going to create a new one. We're saying, here's a stage in the process where you want to engage with this. You know, is more what the guide will help with.
Does that answer your question, Ethan? Awesome. Does anyone else have questions, comments, ideas?
Clyde, I see you came off mute. Did you have a comment?
Oh. No, drop some paper on my space bar.
Okay.
Long as I'm here. Yeah, I think it's important to make the connection between, you know, the strategic planning, the operational planning, the tactics, and the implementation. And it's how to get to the bottom. How do you get a crew out with a chipper or chainsaws? It's not the formula, it's the process. Did I hit that all right?
Yeah, I think you summarized what we're going for here. So I'm okay with props. Awesome. Well, seeing no other questions, thank you so much, Laura. I know that you are late to a meeting, so thanks for making the time to join. Laura is the key point of contact for this if people have other questions, but I think really any of us on the Leveraging Resources Committee can also probably answer a lot of your questions.
Yeah. I'll just say thank you, and I'll drop my contact information in the chat for you all before I head off, and have a great rest of your meeting.
Have a good one, Laura. So that's our main update from the Leveraging Resources Committee. I think we're going to continue conversations with Brett about the forest tracker and how we want to engage with that moving forward. And then we're also just kind of generally looking for ideas that people have around leveraging resources. If you ever want to like pop into a meeting, give a presentation, or just listen, everyone's always welcome. Next month, Vice Chairman Solomon Whiteskunk, who is a council member, but I don't think he's here today. He's going to share a little bit with us about leveraging resources with tribal nations. So we're excited for that one. And I think that's my update. Does anyone have anything to add who's on that committee?
No, I think
Just adding to it, I think an idea that we've had is inviting people not just on the leveraged resources committee, but the whole council to come and say, from a utility perspective, what resources do you have that you would like to have see leveraged? And what resources do you need that you want to leverage from other people on this council? So from utility, from recreation, from the grazing standpoint, you kind of get those perspectives to help us think how to use the tools that we are developing of this forest resilience planning guide, the forest trackers, some of the things we're working on. But I think that's what Katie, so we have Selwyn Weiss lined up, but looking for other people, whether you're on the committee or not, on the full council, to invite you to come.
Yes. And Courtney, did I see something come through the chat for whoever's online?
Laura dropped her, and then Julie wanted to be in.
Oh, perfect. Yeah, that sounds great. You want to anything else on that, Julie, or?
No, it would just be helpful to have it on my calendar. So, you know, if I'm able to attend, I can always drop in. Would just be helpful. I don't have that invitation on my calendar any longer.
Well, I wrote that as an action item for me and Courtney to tag team.
Thanks.
So thank you, Katie. I think that concludes our Committee on Leveraging Resources update. Our next agenda item is roundtable update. So this is an opportunity for council members to provide whatever organizational or individual updates you'd like to keep your colleagues informed on what's going on in your area of representation. So we can just go around or we can volunteer. Maybe we'll just go around. I'll start up on the screen here. And you can pass. There is no requirement to provide updates, but you're welcome to. Noting we only have, well, let's say about half an hour or so to do this. So we'll start with Pat Dorsey. What's going on in your world that you'd like to update the council on?
Well, thanks very much, Matt. I'll just let folks know that one of the biggest initiatives the National Wild Turkey Federation has going in Colorado is the Rocky Mountain Restoration Initiative. We set 10-year goals for our priority landscapes in Southwest Colorado, the Upper Arkansas, and the Upper South Platte. And next year we're 5 years old. So I think that'll be a critical juncture. Most of the people on this call are on the steering committee or are engaged in some significant way in RMRI, but I think it'll be an opportunity to look back at what we've accomplished, but more importantly, think about as we move forward, you know, I think there's a tendency to grab the low-hanging fruit, and as we move forward, it's going to get harder to have a critical impact. And so we're looking forward to everybody's thoughts on how we get there. Thanks.
Thanks, Pat. Julie, any updates that you'd like to provide?
I'll provide a quick one, but maybe the fastest way for me to do it is I will email out to this group an information sheet just to help you all follow along and see where you might have additional questions or concerns around the 2025-2027 Colorado Wildfire Mitigation Plan, which has been launched over at the PUC. And so, you know, it'll give you some details around, you know, what are the key areas around that plan in terms of situational awareness, system resiliency investments, improved operational mitigation, you know, things that are taking place within the company. And then if you review that and have any questions, comments, or want to connect with someone and get more information or collaborate, please let me know. Happy to make those connections. There is a QR code on here where you can scan it and get additional information. So just want to share that information across. It may spark ideas with other groups. these are the things we're doing. I think my last update, we were shining a spotlight on the Pano AI cameras. And as I think most folks know, we've seen those pay some good dividends already in helping early detection of wildfire in the state, which keeps our assets safe. It keeps our communities safe. So just wanted to share that information.
Thanks, Julie. It's a super bold move company's making, and helping people really think through it. I'll just speak. Folks haven't had a chance to sort of react or look at it. The one thing that was exciting was it does sort of get the real numbers in people's minds about what it's going to cost to mitigate this challenge that we're facing. And so we'll certainly do support as we can. Commissioner Church, you're up next. Any updates you'd like to provide the council?
Yes, thank you for the opportunity. Yeah, La Plata County, our wildfire protection fund is in full use. This is a county and city funded project on the Florida River Basin, protecting Durango's water supply. We have working with the Durango Fire and Rescue as one of the major operators there. On the west side, we have CFLRP J-Firm project, Junction Creek mitigation. This is, I don't remember, 1,800 acres or something like that. Correct me, I'm probably wrong on that. But that's, people are out there. Crews showed up this morning. The planning's been done. All the environmental assessments are complete, and there's now boots on the ground. So that's good to see. With the HOAs, our HOA has a chipper that we share with other HOAs. It's being used in some of the co-swap grants on the other side of the Animas Valley. So we're getting that around. We also have an air curtain burner, burned over 1,000 bags of pine needles and branches. So a lot of activity in the southwest in La Plata County. Looking for landowners. The difficulty is we're looking for landowners that have social acceptance for fire mitigation and are willing to sign up and do some joint funding. So that's still a challenge, but we're going door to door in many cases. One thing I've noticed is that many communities, the community itself is not necessarily fire wise or fire prepared. And I just have a feeling in my bones that we need to take a look at these communities. And when there's wind driven fire, like on the Front Ranges happens several times, like in Hawaii, we need to include our municipalities, our towns and cities in some of that planning. And I don't know how that fits in. I haven't figured that out, but maybe somebody else can help me that's smarter. Thanks a lot.
Thanks, Commissioner. Appreciate it. Yeah, things are cooking down there in the Four Corners. Let's see here. Samantha, what's going on at what?
Yeah, hi all, it's good to see you. One quick update from me. So I'm representing the Outdoor Recreation Industry Office, a division of OEDIT, and we have our annual Colorado Outdoor Industry Leadership Summit, or COILS. It's happening in October in Durango at Fort Lewis College. It's going to focus predominantly on the industry and business side of the outdoors, but we do have tracks in education and workforce, as well as conservation and stewardship. So extending the invitation to you all, happy to share more information afterwards, and just appreciate seeing you all. Thanks, Matt.
Thank you. Ethan.
Yeah, so monitoring crew they've been at it all around the state over the last few months, putting in pre-treatment plots. We've got some work moving forward with our partners at Rocky Mountain Research Station that's looking to operationalize drone use for forest measurement. So we're working with folks at the RMRS on that, and that's pushing a very cutting edge topic forward. Within forest management, it's how we collect our data, how we write prescription plans, things of that nature. So it's really exciting. We've hired a remote sensing specialist who just started in mid-June, excuse me.
starting in mid-June. And so we're hoping that that sort of starts pushing us in that ability to analyze and start to ingest some of these data sets coming in. And I just wanted to put something potentially on the agenda for us to discuss as a larger committee, but the idea, revisiting the idea of opening up other subcommittees that were on the table back when the committee first started, and sort of moving that forward as we sort of get into this next cycle of the Forest Health Advisory Council. So we can maybe get down into the weeds and look at the actual science behind forest health and what that really means. So that's something that I've chatted with Courtney about, and hopefully we can get that on an agenda sometime.
Awesome. Yeah, the monitoring crew's killing it. Let's see, Representative Lynch, are you still with us and might have any updates for the committee, or excuse me, the council?
Hi there. Yeah, I do not have any real updates other than, wildfires matter. I sit on that as well. We'll look forward to that, seeing that turn into legislation, what we just went over from Commissioner Shattuck McNally. So no real updates. Just I was just writing a text or a chat that I've got to run, but I appreciate all the hard work you guys are putting into this. And sorry I couldn't make it up there in person. I had planned on that, but I actually have a sick mother right now that I'm taking care of, so I couldn't make it up. So anyway, but thank you guys for all that you're doing, and I'll pick it up on the legislative side and the Wildfires Matter Review Committee. So thank you guys.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your participation with everything you got going on. John Ring, anything from the BLM?
Yeah, so we're in the process of renewing our good neighbor agreement with Colorado State Forest Service. I was able to secure 1.5 million in bill funding. So that will pay for 3 state employees 75% of the time, and 1 in San Luis Valley, 1 in Kremlin, and 1 out of the rifle office. So I look forward to continue that relationship. We'll be starting our 11th year next year, so that's great. Some bad news is we lost one of our foresters to retirement in Kremlin, and then the other forester out of Gunnison took another job. So we're looking for 2 foresters right now. But hopefully that'll work out. That's where we're at right now. Thanks.
Oh, thanks, John, and thanks for the BLM's continued investment. For folks that are aware, Colorado is really leading in the shared stewardship and good neighbor authority space with the BLM, and the work that we're doing together in some of those forest landscapes is critically important. And John, make sure and send those announcements our way, and we'll help connect you when those forester announcements go out. Let's see here. Mr. Duarte, what's going on at DFPC?
Hey, good afternoon, everybody. There's a handful of you I haven't met. Paul Duarte, I'm the Deputy Section Chief for the Wildland Section. So Director Morgan apologizes he wasn't able to make it today. He was, I believe, triple or quadruple booked today. So that's how life goes when you're important. So I'll just give a real quick rundown on some things, and maybe actually just touch on a little bit of some statistics on some of the things we've gotten done this year. And so one of the main things that we wanted to talk about is we're super happy to announce that our 2029 DFP strategic plan has been released. That hit the streets last week or so. And so for those of you that took time to provide feedback through the surveys or our in-person workshops, we truly appreciate everything that you did with that. It's important, as you're all aware, this is a living, breathing document that we will be flexible with, because as things change, we need to be able to adapt and help the agencies and our local agencies within Colorado. And so that's really our biggest intent with that, is making sure that we have the framework, but we know that we have to be really flexible there. So continuing on, so we already spoke about the Colorado Fuels and Prescribed Fire Strategic Plan. Really excited about that and how it's currently moving along, and that's a lot of coordination going on with that through peak facilitation and through the Fire Commission as we move through there. So lots more to be coming on that, obviously. One other, and also things that are happening within the Fire Commission, there's still committees working on recruitment and retention, insurance, industry issues, opportunities, and all those different things. So those are all still happening really quick, really well right now. I just wanted to throw out a couple other really kind of random things. As we're all aware, it's been a fairly slow first 7 months to the season when it comes to wildfire. It's about normal, maybe a little bit slower, but just so you're aware, so our multi-mission aircrafts, they've detected 31 new fires this year. They've mapped 97 fires during that time. Our air tanker fleet, so our single engine air tankers and our large air tanker have flown on 61 missions. In those 61 missions, they've delivered about 120,000 gallons of retardant or water out of those aircraft, out of our fixed wing. Our helicopters have flown on 52 different missions. They've also delivered about 116,000 gallons of water and moved around about a little over 500 personnel on incidents and search and rescues for that matter. We've participated in 19 different search and rescues in the past 7 months. We've also really focused on doing training, and so just in the wildland section, we've provided over 190 classes in these 7 months, touching about 3,000 students. So that's really a positive thing there. Then when it comes to some response stuff, we do a few different things. So we have technical assistance where like our battalion chiefs, deputy district chiefs are assisting fire departments, fire chiefs, sheriffs, and those kinds of things. We've had 243 of those through this year, which is fairly slow. But then when it comes to actual responses with our engines, our hand crews, those types of things, they've responded to over 1,000, it's about 1,014 incidents this year alone, 450-ish of those being wildfire, the other half or so being non-wildfire. So car accidents, structure fires, those types of things where we're assisting. And then the last part I was going to touch on was kind of our fuels and prescribed fire work that's been done in the last 7 months. So within our prescribed fire shop, we touch a whole bunch of burn plans by helping either write them, help edit them, or do technical reviews. And we're sitting right around 700 of those for the year that we've assisted our partners on or created our own. And we've also this year, we've burned a little over 10,000 hand and machine piles. So that's a good chunk of piles, a lot more to go there. We've participated in, assisted with, or led 23-ish broadcast burns for right around 6,000 treated acres when it comes down to that. And then also mechanical treatments. Our modules mainly have participated in about 69 days, already treating roughly about 100 acres mechanically when it comes to that. And that's hand treatments when that happens. And so that's kind of our statistics. I know maybe not super important to everybody, but it just shows what a slow time of the year looks like for us. When it gets busy, it gets busy. And then I was just going to leave with just a short mention of what's kind of looking in the future with the weather. We've been super lucky to this part. I mean, we've been hot, obviously, in a lot of places. We've gotten some moisture in places, but what we've been really lucky about is we haven't had much wind this year. That's all about to change. We're going to, again, start kicking up the temperatures here the next few days from range. Kind of the northeast are going to start getting real close to those 100-degree days again. But we're also going to see some wind come with those. So there is a potential for us to start seeing some of those flashier fuels who have been thriving this year with some moisture and growing start to dry out and have some more potential with those. We won't have as much foreign smoke in the area because the winds are going to be blowing and blowing that away. But there is a little bit more potential starting to come up in the next week or two. We'll see a few more showers, but we're definitely getting more into a traditional hot, dry, windy summer here soon. So end of report, and happy to answer any questions.
Oh, thanks, Paul. Any questions? Council. I was looking to like knock on wood. I think this is wood. So, but I appreciate the updates. It's really helpful to know what's going on as it relates to our current posture and what we might think coming down the pike. So I think everybody that was on screen was engaged. So maybe we'll go around the table here. Who'd like to go first? All right, Katie, you're up.
All right, well, first I wanted to introduce Priscilla. This is our Colorado Forest Collaboratives Network intern. We're very excited to have her here today, just learning, doing some professional development, and then she's also gonna write up a blog post about the Middle Colorado Watershed Council, which she got to meet up with them yesterday, right before the field tour, and then also during the field tour, so welcome. And then my other big update is the Colorado Forest Collaborative Summit is coming up September 4th through 6th. Every field tour I think that we've ever done for the Forest Health Council has heavily featured collaborative groups locally based in all the different locations we've chosen. So this summit is really all about that. We're really focusing on collaboratives. We're bringing in some leadership. We're bringing in some really awesome speakers. Our agenda is now posted. It's developing every day, but I think the gist of it is there. Yeah, and we would love to see Forest Health Council people there. So if you have any questions about it, I know a lot of people on the screen and in this room are already going, so that's great. But if you're not, please register and let me know if you need like financial support with the $90 registration fee. We want people there. So I think that's the gist of my updates.
And that'll be in Durango, Colorado at Fort Lewis College.
Yes, Durango, Colorado, and Clyde will be there.
Wonderful.
Center of the universe, Clyde. Amy.
Sure. Well, thank you again to everyone who traveled and joined the tour yesterday. It's been really wonderful to host everyone. I'll give just a few updates on my end. In terms of water on the western slope, I mentioned this at our last meeting, but this was mentioned on the tour as well. A big focus has been the Shoshone water rights preservation effort. That is an effort to permanently protect and preserve the historic Shoshone water rights associated with the hydropower plant in Glenwood Canyon. So when you're driving home, you'll see it. You're going towards the Front Range off to your left. Those water rights are incredibly important to the recreation industry, the agricultural industry, drinking water providers, really a whole host of benefits on the western slope. We've also been working with the White River National Forest and the Bureau of Land Management on how important that water right portfolio is to the management of their lands as well. So certainly something to watch and a very high priority on Colorado's western slope. And then on the funding side, this was mentioned a bit yesterday during the tour as well, but there are a number of West Slope entities that have received and are working through the Wildfire Ready Watersheds process. There are many entities on Colorado's western slope that have one source of water, and so being wildfire ready is incredibly important. So we, using our funding program, are really looking at how do we support getting those plans and processes off the ground, and that's been an incredible effort, as this council knows. And then we are also tracking a number of process-based restoration projects. These are essentially simple, low-cost methods of how do you get a stream functioning as natural as possible. That's an area of interest that we have been watching on the ground with our funding program and resources as well. And certainly there's a forest health nexus with a lot of those projects as important fire breaks and important pieces that can protect communities and infrastructure as well. So those are a few quick updates on my end, and turn it over to the next.
Thanks, Amy. And again, thanks for hosting us.
Yeah,
Really appreciate it.
absolutely.
Thank you.
Right.
I guess one update just to make the council aware is we have been doing monitoring for the COSWAP grant program. And we've been doing that for a couple years with the DNR through a specific agreement to fund us to do that. And that has been focused on measuring outcomes and helping provide some of those measures that we talked about on a project level, as well as a larger geographic area. In this case, COSWAP is focused on counties or RMRI landscapes. So that kind of county level, are we making a difference? I'm excited that we're adding a component with this next round of COSWAP funding to, in addition to the ecological and fire outcomes, look at what are the key ingredients and collaboration and social outcomes on the ground that lead to more or less strategic outcomes in the ecological sense. So is there some characteristics we can pick up on in the different groups and how they're organized, who's talking to who, what resources they have that lead to better outcomes on the ground? So that's exciting and that's very new. I don't have anything else to share. We're still developing a lot of methods and just kind of getting into it, but in the coming months and years, hopefully that will be useful. Yeah, I guess I'll give one other update more organizationally. Many of you have known Tony Chang was the director of CFRI for 16 years. And he has decided to move on to other positions and other pursuits. So as of July 1st, he has another position at CSU. He's still a professor there and engaged in forestry and wildfire. And then as a result, then myself and Camille Stevens-Zerman are assuming being co-directors of CFRI moving forward. So Tony's still engaged. We gave him a title that he's a research scientist and MRIS director, and he can still claim affiliation with CFRI and do some things that we ask of him, but is moving on to some other things. So, yeah, that's exciting.
Congratulations on your new role then.
Yeah.
In light of that, that's awesome. Thanks. Anything else? Okay.
It's funny.
What about the U.S. Forest Service? What's going on?
So we've got a new regional forester, Frank Bim retired at the end of May, and our new regional forester is Troy Highthecker. He is from, he's been around, but his most recent position was Associate Deputy Chief in our national office. Troy is super bright, super engaged, and will make a difference in our region. So we're psyched to have him. Other things that you'll probably be interested in is Monty Williams, the forest supervisor on the Arapahoe, Roosevelt, and Pawnee grasslands, retired. We will be advertising that job very soon. So probably in the next couple of weeks, and usually in Fort Collins, it gets pretty good interest. So along the lines of hiring, the Forest Service did a very, very good job of hiring people over the last couple of years. As directed by our chief, we hired nationally over 4,200 employees. In our region, we hired over 500, and now we've got a little bit of a budget problem. So you're not going to see many positions advertised external to the Forest Service, at least for the next probably year. Which is disappointing, but we've got some challenges to work through, but we will emerge on the other side and be successful. So I'll just say that. Some opportunities that are potentially presenting themselves. It's probably going to start Forest Service wide and get narrowed, but there is a movement from a number of folks in our organization and externally to develop a conservation finance program in the state of Colorado. We've done it. The Forest Service has done it with partners in California and a couple other places. But bottom line is, you have private financiers that invest in forest health treatments, and then they get paid a dividend on the other side. So it's basically an investment. We usually have a third party, well, we always have a third party partner that manages that for the agency, but there's a little bit of momentum here, so it could be exciting. We'll see what happens, but I will keep the council informed and probably drag some of y'all into it as it gets developed. It's really playing off of some of the major successes we've had with water providers in our region: Denver Water, Aurora Water, Northern Water, Colorado Springs Utilities. And so that group is going to help help the agency convene what could be a large conservation finance effort. So that's another thing. Another thing that we've been working on, critical to forest health, as most of y'all know, are our industry partners. We've had some real challenges matching up the right kind and amount of wood with the right purchasers, and we've got some industry in the state that's in trouble. And so we've got about $3.5 million from our national office to look at what we're calling a regional timber transit pilot, that we're looking at matching the right wood in the right location with the right facility to try to make sure that we keep them whole. And so I'll be reaching out to Matt and some others on that as well to try to help us with that. Pat's on the screen. Wild Turkey Federation has been integral in helping us with that. The first little iteration of that is moving some wood through an agreement with the National Wild Turkey Federation from the southern side of the Rio Grande National Forest all the way up to Montrose Forest Products. And so we're gonna try to help our industry partners get through some lean times. Industry, I mean, the timber industry is used to that. There's lean and then there's good times, and this lean time could last for a while, so we're gonna try to help them out, because the last thing that we need is to start losing them, then we lose our ability to manage these forests, so. I think I will stop there.
Thanks, Steve. Any questions from Mr. Lord?
From the ranching and grazing permittee standpoint, I don't have an update.
Other than it's green, but it's slowly turning brown, right?
That's right.
Just so you can cut it. Awesome. DNR?
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't have all of the DNR updates for us, but I have a few from like the COSWAP and Forest Health Council perspective. First, about reappointments to the council. This is something that we've been talking about over about the last year. And you all should have received a survey gauging your interest in being appointed for another 3 terms on the council if you are in a position that's appointed by the governor. Some of the agency positions are just appointed by default based on your position, but Dan is going to recommend to the governor that anyone who was interested in being reappointed is reappointed. So it's not official, it's not totally up to Dan. The governor can always make his decision, but he does take Dan's recommendations into consideration. So I'm going to be reaching out. So anyone that responded that they were interested in being reappointed, I'm going to be requesting a couple sentence blurb about who you are and your qualifications. So look for that email from me.
Do we need to reapply on the, through the governor's office?
You won't need to
Application?
reapply. I'll be putting together like a spreadsheet of sorts that says everyone, their name and a little bio about them, and that's all you'll need to do. Oh yeah, any other questions about reappointment before I hop to other updates? Okay. From the COSWAP perspective, we have another workforce development grant round opening this fall. We've gotten some feedback that it's been open for a very short amount of time in the past, maybe just a few weeks. So we're going to try to have it open from like August-ish through October. So we're going to try to keep it open for a couple months, and I'll be sharing that information with everyone on our email list, and I can also share it with the council if you all are interested. Certainly I'll share it with Katie. And then we have 11 projects that we've recently awarded through our Landscape Resilience Investment Program, and those are in our 10 strategic focus areas. So those are large landscape scale investments, which we're very excited to get going in the next couple years. And then the last update is you all met Stacy Coleman on the call today. She's DNR's new tribal liaison, and we have been working with her to start to engage with the Southern Ute and Ute Mountain Ute tribes in the Southwest. So Allison and I have been down in the Southwest a couple times now with Stacy to start to build relationships with their natural resources and forestry staff to see if we can start working together and engage them in the COSWAP program. Those are my DNR updates.
Thanks, Courtney. Any questions for Courtney?
You mentioned somebody's leaving the council. Is that position open? I like to advertise them to people if it's open yet, or if it's not, that's okay too.
Yeah, we're still looking to fill Carol Walker's seat, which is position associated with the insurance agency industry. So if you have any connections in the insurance industry who have expertise in forest health or even just interested in forest health, please connect them with me.
Any other questions for Courtney? All right, well, that cleanup here. So there's 2 really important buildings that are coming down in the next 2 months. One of them is the Mirage in Vegas. And the other one is the nursery. So we are in the final stages of the design build work. We have a general contractor. We have I think about 60-80% design. And the demolition is projected to start in August, which is kind of fun. So we're gonna maybe do some cool, like how when they drop them in Vegas, we're gonna do a side by side with the nursery and the Mirage. That's my dream. But I just want y'all to know that project is moving forward quickly, and we're really excited with the additional resources that we received from the U.S. Forest Service. There's a $5 million leverage investment of recovery dollars, and we're putting those to work to close the capital gap between what the state legislature appropriated and what the true costs were. And so that was a significant investment, and also signals a long-term relationship with our federal partners, and we're really excited about that. So in addition, there's a lot of other engagement around in the reforestation space. American Forests is an organization that received a $20+ million Keystone agreement through the U.S. Forest Service, and they're hiring staff all across the country, and they're about to put somebody in the Southwest in Colorado, I think, to coordinate some of the policy formulation, the coordination that's going on between the ERIs, the universities, and the states that have production capacity. So we'll keep you informed as that reforestation pipeline continues to take shape. And again, this concept of a readiness to recover is very much closely tied to that concept. The next, I just wanted to highlight that the Society of American Foresters is hosting their annual convention in Loveland, September 17th to the 20th. That is essentially all of the certified foresters that can get the cash to come will be there. It's usually a sizable amount of folks, in addition to a who's who in the natural resource leadership space. The majority of the Washington office from DC will be there, and for the Forest Service, as well as BLM and potential department level folks. So great opportunity to meet with foresters from across the country, as well as engage with vendors and senior leadership across the agencies. So if you're curious, come on and let me know, and I'll make sure it gets you connected. Otherwise, just Google the Society of American Foresters. And then the last thing, or second to last thing, was I think it was Katie that brought up the organizational assessment that came out of Senate Bill 258 in the 21 session, that took a look at how wildfire mitigation programs were arranged in Colorado. Analyzed in particular the relationship with DNR, DFPC, and the State Forest Service. One of the recommendations that came out of the report that, as I recall, was shared with all of you and briefed to all of you, was better aligning budget processes, and then also sort of standing up the capacity that exists within the Division of Forestry, which is sort of a shell inside the department that we staff and provide expertise to. So it's the explicit legislatively directed tieback of the State Forest Service to DNR to ensure that we have alignment and that we're functioning as much as we can as a division within the department, while still benefiting, and hopefully the citizens and residents benefiting from our close association with the Warner College and all of the assets that are anchored there. It's a unique relationship. It's only one of 5 left in the nation that the forestry agency is still rooted in the land grant institution. And I continue to make the argument that it's a beneficial arrangement to the residents and to our leadership. But one of the things I want you to highlight for you is that the budget challenges to surface the agency's needs have been challenging over the years. And so through Dan's leadership and his initiative to sort of put forward the idea that like maybe the DNR through the Division of Forestry could carry decision items for the State Forest Service. And so those are the requests that go to the governor for inclusion in the governor's budget. And we worked out some conversations between the governor's budget office, the Department of Higher Education, Department of Natural Resources budget analysts and leadership, and have come to an agreement to pilot this concept and allow the State Forest Service to surface some of its individual needs through the DNR chain, because otherwise it's kind of hard to move through the university process, because those are actually really large institutions competing with each other. And so having a smaller type 2 agency fit in that was kind of a challenge. And instead of sort of being in sort of that some of the challenges that, like History Colorado is the example within DHE, sort of one agency that sits amidst these sort of larger organizations and often struggles to get some of its needs surfaced. We thought it made a ton of sense to align our requests with the other natural resource-based requests. And so we have agreement from all the senior leadership across those entities to give this thing a go and see how we can continue to strengthen the connections using the budget and using resources as a mechanism to do so, to align the missions and the planning and execution of those missions across state government in the most cohesive and thoughtful ways we can. So we'll see how it goes, and we'll continue to refine as each successive iteration in the budget cycle occurs. And I just want y'all to just be aware that those are sort of inside baseball organizational shifts, but they're new and they're exciting. And so Just make sure the notes show that no, I'm just kidding. If Dan was here, he would comment as well, because it takes a certain level of openness and a willing to experiment to make these kinds of shifts. So I want to give great credit to James, Lucero in particular, that shuttled a lot of these conversations, and to Allison Lurch, and who also helped settle these conversations, and then the responsiveness we got from senior leadership at CSU System Office, the President's Office, as well as the Governor's Budget Office. So I hope you just sort of track that through. You know, we'll get to defend our whatever goes forward in front of the JBC like everybody else. And to be clear, I don't think that's ever really happened before with the State Forest Service. So that's kind of a big deal, and we're really excited because we are a growing organization, and the mission continues to expand, and with that, so do our needs. So, any questions on that last one that I might be able to clarify, or James today misrepresent or mischaracterize? Thank you. We'll keep you informed, but again, it's kind of a big deal. So to see that fusion come to life as recommended by that assessment, and it really starts with leadership being open to those things, making complicated arrangements that ultimately benefit Coloradans in the long run. Okay, so do we have any members of the public that would like to offer comments?
I don't see anyone from the public on the Zoom meeting anymore.
You're technically a member of the public. Do you have any comments?
No comment.
All right, no comments. All right, well, when is our next meeting? Is that scheduled yet?
October 30th is our next Full Force Health Council meeting. That will be hybrid. And we're hoping to have a half-day supplementary meeting with Becca from FACO to help work on the vision for the 30-year vision development. We tentatively have a date that at least works with the directors. I might see if there's another potential day that works, but for now it's October 16th in the morning. I'm going to send out a hold for people. That'll be virtual also, just 3 or 4 hours that morning. So those are the next two things on the calendar for Forest Health Council.
All right. Okay, well, with that, I believe we have fulfilled the requirements of our agenda, and without barring any of the additional public comments, I would like a motion to adjourn. Second. I'd like a motion.
Oh, you'd like a motion, so moved.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. In person, and we'll see you when we see you. Take care, everybody.